As it says in the chat, Bam Shiva. Mahadev Jai Guru Deva Laka Bam Bam Shankar. Om Shanti Shanti. Namaste, everybody in the chat. Namaste, dear Cosmic. How are you doing, brother? Cosmic just arrived when I was launching the show. It's lastminute.com as always. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm okay, man. I've had a tough day of 9-year-old. You know?
Mm-hmm.
No, well, anyway, trust me. When it happens, you'll know.
Yeah.
Tough day of 9-year-old. I'm just trying to figure out where the volume is on my PC. Okay, that's the mute. There we go. That's why I turned the volume on. Good, good. The big love. System, lovely, lovely. Systematic Zoo. Tom Rue, namaste, everybody in the chat. Chaos, hey, Gaz, how you doing? Hope you're good. Theo, big love. Volenat, Sabka Sat. Howard, as always, Bom Shiva. Namaste, Tom Rue, everybody else sending you big love and blessings. And this is one of those really, really cool conversations because you always hear these conversations about the Demiurge and it's so heavily esoteric and it's so heavily like, ooh, let's talk about Gnosticism. I thought, let's apply it to ourselves. Let's apply it to real life. Let's look at the psychology of the human organism. What do you think of that as an idea, Cosmic?
I think it's a really interesting point. And actually, in my fairy magic Zarfexology studies, I actually kind of go into this very subject matter you talk about, and there's like a framework for that. So yeah, I'll have a lot to chime in.
Nice, because I think it's really important. Like the occult is so mystically driven, which it's supposed to be, but like we need to apply it to ourselves and to our real life. Bum Shiva Indy, how are you doing? Are you well?
Doing great. So glad to be here, guys. What's happening?
Good, brother. Has your background changed?
My background, no.
Okay, it just looks a bit different. Maybe it's the cam. It elongates it. It looks like you're sitting at a bar or something. Like from my
it's like you're sitting farther, like closer to the wall than you usually do. Like I usually see that bookcase and all that stuff further back, and it seems closer.
Oh,
yes, it makes it look like he's sitting at the bar, like he's gonna lean over and order himself a pint. So welcome everybody, and okay, so let's do the introductions. I'll just go around the circle in the way people arrive. We've got Cosmic. Cosmic is a prankster, but when he's not being a prankster, he's a little bit of a psychic gangster. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Cosmic the prankster. He's a gangster. He's a somebody who's got a relationship with the Fae. And he channels the Fae, doesn't use crystal balls or anything. He just channels them directly and has a one-to-one communication with them, and they show him things. And he's been working on this for a number of years with this family of Fae that he's close to. And so, yeah, we'll be getting the Fae's lowdown on this. We've also got dear brother Indy Sage. He works with Shadow work, and he's also very deeply embedded into Taoist systems and principles, as well as shamanic elements with the Taoist and with Western mysticism as well. And anthropology is his baby. When he goes to bed at night, she gets into bed with him naked, and they roll around in that bed. His girlfriend had a big problem with him. He thought he was cheating on behind her back with anthropology, and truth is, we all know he was. He's got a whole lot of little kids hidden in the bookshelf, little baby indie anthropology books. You know? Big love, brothers. Please say a few words about yourself.
Hey, Cosmic, you gonna go first there, bud?
Oh yeah, I for some reason thought you were gonna go. Yeah. So yeah, with this the Fey magic system I've been working on, the whole idea, like most people know by now, it's all about sort of distinguishing reality as a series of bubbles, right? And I feel like a lot of this demiurge type consciousness that a lot of people how it manifests itself is that they don't really perceive bubbles outside of themselves. They've essentially become kind of like, because I really do genuinely think that there's a direct correlation between narcissism and solipsism. The idea that there is no real world outside of yourself. Everybody's just kind of like a figment of your imagination. And I think that in the path of the mystical quest, I think that's a very easy path to fall into if you're not careful, right? So, and one of the things about the systems I work with, it's all about learning how to recognize and perceive, bubbles of experience outside of yourself, which is, I think, is kind of contrary to a lot of, demiurgical ideas and demiurgical, sort of teachings. That's kind of how I see the demiurge is basically, an entity that essentially looked at the universe and thought that, this was all his own dream and that sort of nothing else existed outside of him. He's like the universe's first solipsist, essentially. And so yeah, I'll have a lot of things to talk about here. Indy, pass the mic to you.
All right, thanks for the great introduction, Cosmic. And yeah, I loved everything you're saying there. Yeah, as Franklin mentioned, yeah, I'm very close with anthropology. I've always been very curious about the human species and what makes us so. How do we get this way? Where do we come from? Where are we going? And I feel like without understanding who we are and where we're from, it's gonna be hard to understand how to proceed from here and where to go next. So a lot of things that I've worked on have been um, revolved around paleontological anthropology, or like kind of like the lack thereof. Like it's kind of curious as to why there's really not much fossil record of the human development as a species before around 300,000 years ago. So it's kind of patchy, and my studies have led me into gravitating towards the aquatic ape theory to account for the missing fossil evidence, which ties back to about 4.4 million years ago, our common ancestor with primates being Ardipithecus ramidus. And I always try to keep an open mind that there's more possibilities. And I've been always appealing towards the idea of an ancestral race that created us. And this has become more clear in the translation of the tablets from Mesopotamia, where it was shown that the creation story that's told in the Comitian Empire and through the Hebrew tales from the usurpers all seem to tie back to Mesopotamia, although I've never really fully been convinced that Mesopotamia actually did come before Egypt. And I've actually been considering for a long time, since Robert Schoch and Graham Hancock came out with the idea that the Sphinx had been there for 10,000 years, that actually the Comitian Empire did actually outdate the Mesopotamian Empire, and the dates have been kind of flippy-floppy and changed by academia, but that they actually probably tie back a little further. And then we have things like Göbekli Tepe and other various civilizations. It kind of opens up the possibilities that things did go back further to a time that's not really yet been established in the mainstream understanding, but a lot of fringe archaeologists have been of the same sentiment. So it's pretty exciting times right now. We keep finding more stuff that goes back further. Recently, there was actually a structure that they found in, I think it was either Africa or South America, that went back to an ancestral hominid before Homo sapiens that was building structures. And that was like, I think, 50 to 100,000 years ago. So there's always more stuff coming out, and it's pretty exciting. Also, we have recent findings in the Denisova cave, where there were ceremonial jewelry and domesticated horses from 40,000 years ago. So a lot of this is tied back to a lot of the Greek tales that Poseidon domesticated dolphins and horses first before things on the mainland developed. And so in anthropology, things are seeming to line up with that quite well. But I'm excited to talk about the show today with the Demiurge, the esoteric unveiling of the occult forces. And I've always been kind of curious as to the ideas of like the multiverse and the idea of solipsism. For those who are not familiar with Cartesian solipsism from Descartes, the idea is that people, and it was briefly explained earlier by Cosmic, but I'll go in a little further. The idea is that people have maybe entered the possibility philosophically in the idea that we possibly imagine everyone else in our world to be here. They're all NPCs. There's only one mind. So the one mind imagines all these other people out of their imagination, but they're really not there, and only the one mind is here of the one individual. So this idea kind of has always kind of made me think that this is kind of something that really already goes on, whether the other people aren't actually there. I think what happens is that people don't really have a full grasp of understanding the minds of other people. They cannot enter into the minds of other people and experience them. And so we imagine what those minds are like in our own mind. And oftentimes we'll have somebody that we're really close to, and we'll know them really well, and we would know what they would think and what they would do in every situation. And so I think in a lot of ways we kind of we get close to somebody in our lives, we carry their sentiments and prerogatives in our hearts, and so that's something we have access to, whether that's completely on board with everything that they would think and do, or whether it's just a close approximation. I feel like there's some people, and we all know that we have somebody in our lives that's either still here or that was here, that we know how they would think or act in any particular situation. And I think that's something that's really interesting, that we almost carry their spirit with us. So maybe this kind of ties into the Maya of the Vedic understanding from Hinduism, that this world is an illusion, that each of us are avatar of a higher god, that could potentially tie back to the godhead Brahma being in the womb of Kali, and imagining all of this whole illusionary world as part of a dream of of a fetus in the womb that's imagining all of these various people in the illusion called the Maya. That's not really happening, but it's like part of the imagination. So I've always appealed to that idea, and also the idea of mentalism and the primordial source mind being the source of all creation in the physical world. And I think a lot of people in modern day society have been drawn towards materialism and the Big Bang, and that the physical came first, then the mind developed later. But traditionally, in mysticism and mythos of humanity, from written tales and from the oral traditions, there's actually the mind that came first to create all things, and is fundamental and foundational to all of existence, which also ties in with the law of one that I'm a proponent of, the idea that love and light are the source of all existence. I'm kind of rambling a little. I'll get down to the discussion. What's up, Brandon?
Yeah, brother. You know, and you bring up some good points, that we're going to take them all onto the table and take them all apart and build a puzzle, or rebuild the puzzle of life, and try and make some sense out of it to some degree. Hopefully people leave here with a few more questions than what they arrived. And Gaz found his macabre before he found the truth awakening. Yeah, those macabre things, they're lying around everywhere. We just got to open our eyes. They're always in front of us. So you're getting into this juicy topic, right? The Demiurge within, an esoteric unveiling of dark occult forces. So the implication is that we're talking about the shadow, and so obviously what is this narcissism that we're always hearing about? We sort of started touching on it last week. Toby and myself were on a live yesterday, and we sort of got to the door of this conversation, almost got to the door. And it's really funny because after yesterday, when Toby and I were on the live, it came suddenly like a bolt of lightning what today's talk would be about. I was like, oh, that's what it has to be about. And just made sense. Sometimes things just make sense. And then last night, really funny. Last night, now I won't mention any names. In a little group, I had a run-in with a bit of a narcissist, and it's just really interesting, and it just made me think about the serendipity and the way that everything is meshed together. And we sort of come face to face with this when we're looking at synchronicity. People have a lot of explanations for synchronicity, but I think it's a lot simpler than what we want to give it credit for. I think the acknowledgement that the entire structure, the cosmos, consciousness field that manifests this reality and all the other realities between this reality and the field of thought, are all within a carefully organized field of correspondences. And the proverbial point is moving between and throughout this field of correspondences, and this continuity of movement we call vibration, because it's flitting in and out of existence. And from this vibration, we have emitted these three principles of mentalism and the vibration, and what upholds the vibration is the field of correspondence. And they return inside out, and they emit the three fundamental principles of polarity and of rhythm. And this culminates in the principle of cause and effect. And all of these principles then align as these two triangles align, and they polarize with an upward pulling and a downward pulling force of the Ida Pingala, and they become that sexual union in the seventh principle, which is what represents those union of sexual potentials of that which is giving off and that which is receiving, the boundaries of giving and receiving. And so these ideas and these energies, where does the narcissist within sit within the framework? Because we're on this journey of personal gnosis, right? And within us, there is the potency and the potential of this fundamental intelligence, which we can only call the Demiurge. Because that free will, which is the freedom to create, is the essence of the Demiurge, if we really sit down and think about it. And this free will exists within us. So we all have within us the potentials and the powers of the Demiurge. It's quite something to digest. This is why we can say that we are gods. And you'll find that people on the spiritual path often get to the point where they recognize that they are gods. And I think this is what we're talking about when we're talking about narcissism, is when we start becoming self-consumed and self-obsessed. Namaste, dear Darlene. Big love and welcome. When we start becoming self-obsessed with our own godhead, our own godhood, with the Demiurge within us. And this is like a very interesting potential, because we're talking about the fractal nature of the universe and the fractal nature of consciousness, and how consciousness expresses through fractal the same fundamental principles in a loop. And this is how fractals work, right? Within the smallest fractal is the same plan. Within the biggest fractal is the same plan. And the big fractal might be made out of millions of fractals, made out of millions of fractals, made out of millions of fractals, made out of countless tiny fractals, but each of the fractals will hold the same fundamental dynamics, the same plan, the same system, the same fundamental archetypes, if you will. And so this basically puts us into a very clear place where we can start to understand that this fractal nature of reality is within us. That means that, and Cosmic, you're not going to like this. So I hope you're sitting down, brother. It means we're all one. We're not lost in the soup of oneness, though. Okay, there's a difference. But we are all one, in as much as the same one that expresses me, expresses you, expresses them, expresses in a different way, the same way that each fractal is unique, right? Each fractal is absolutely unique, but they all hold the pattern, the paternity, right? So we're talking about paternity here when we're talking about the Demiurge. And so we all hold within us this fractal potential, this consciousness to be able to express through ourselves this nature of will, this nature of control, this nature of dominance, dom, from that Latin, Greek heritage. And I think like this is what we're facing when we're facing the narcissist. So that I go as far as to say that like narcissism has got to do with too much potential being given to the inner demiurge, because there is a demiurge within us that creates our bodies, that creates all of our structure. And so, and I think it's the same demiurge that's within each one of us as a seed potential. And we can become obsessed with this seed of this demiurge within us. And if we do, then we strive for control and we hunger for control. And so that's sort of formed, this idea of what are the pitfalls of the inner alchemy, the process of the journey of the hero, the journey of the fool. And how many are looking for a metaphysical escape from the fundamental reality in the occult and in the mystic studies? How many occultists, how many mystics become deluded by the occult delusions and get lost in the proverbial waters of denial and end up repressing all the schisms that are the triggers and the emanations of this fundamental narcissistic potential within each one of us, which is the demiurge. And I'm making the assumption that the demiurge is not the good guy. And I feel quite safe in that assumption, one assumption to make, because we look around at what's the plan, Demiurge? And so these questions are really, I think, going to come up possibly throughout the discussions. Am I in control? Are we in control of ourselves? What is the story of spiritual accountability? This is the law of karma we're talking about, that we carry on our backs like cause and effect. Do we feel the need to control, and why? And I think we all do if we're honest with ourselves. And obviously, are we the architect of our own suffering, which I definitely think that's like fundamentally a conversation, part of the conversation to have. How much of it is what we're actually perpetrating, and where does responsibility come back into it? And this ties into the spiritual accountability and into the karmic patterning. And what is the relevance of inflicting harm upon self or upon another? How does this feed back to the architecture of suffering that we're creating within ourselves, and that need for control and the accountability and the fundamental questions of whether we are actually in control? It seems like we are, but how much of us are driven by our passions and our desires? And just before the panel fully opens up, I want to welcome dear Toby-Wan Shinobi. He's the naked man. Welcome, dear Toby. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. He's you can only see him from the waist up. So he's all good. Sorry, Toby. I put the spotlight on Toby, like shh. But Toby, as you know, he works with words a lot and breaks down. He's also studying various different aspects of the infrastructure of the symbolic and the symbolisms and the mythos, and very driven towards uncovering the secrets of the word and the logos that's hidden in plain sight. Welcome, dear brother Toby, and tell us a little bit about yourself, and let's all jump off into the conversation.
What's
Where
up,
would you
guys?
guys want to go?
Thanks, Franklin. Yeah, I'm just doing a little bit of washing up and going to get the kids dinner on. So I thought I'd jump on anyway because I've been in the comments. So I'm going to be dipping in and out. But yeah, I my path into like I guess like the occult and esoteric stuff was about 6 years ago, 5 years ago ish. But to kind of uncover the essence of things, or what, like the truth, I guess, or what I see to be the truth, is I look at the etymology, symbology, astrology, all the G's, and then kind of weave them all together to see if it fits, to see if it is the truth, because I think we need discernment in this day and age. Talking of the Demiurge, there's a lot of false light out there, a lot of outwards, people outsourcing knowledge. They want a quick fix. The emergence of AI and people wanting quick answers and stuff. So I've really tried to seek as much knowledge as possible from different sources, different people. I've tried to take lots of shortcuts. Like when I'm moving, I listen to podcasts and I'm able to absorb the information and kind of decipher what's true and whether someone's like a controlled opposition and giving us half truths. And then, intuition has happened over time. That's something which grows, I guess. But a lot of people just want the knowledge. They don't really trust themselves, maybe potentially. And I always find myself in the center. Like, for example, knowledge and intuition, Demiurge and Sophia. The intuition comes from within. Like, Sophia is like the divine feminine within. The Demiurge, to me, I don't know why it's known as the architect, because the word Demiurge doesn't signal to me architect. It signals to me day mirage, as in like a mirage of like day being God, like it's a false light or like it's an illusion. But with the Demiurge and Sophia, I think they're possibly the yin and the yang. I think that the Demiurge, our Demiurge, needs to be integrated with Sophia. They've been separated, and I think that the Demiurge is probably like the knowledge, this outsourcing, which can betray us, I guess. Whereas Sophia is a divine spark buried inside all of us, and there are a lot of distractions that, the Demiurge, Sophia, whatever. It's probably just all a thought form. Everything's a thought form. Everything's an egregore, and I think that a lot of power has been given to structures outside of ourselves. And we need to start going inwards and taking that journey. And I think that's the inwards journey, is integrating the shadow, integrating the underworld, integrating the waters, the depths within all of us, and sort of letting that spark emerge. And I think that perhaps all of us are fractals of the Demiurge. And I think that the only way that the Demiurge kind of dissolves is by us sort of integrating all our own shadows and the spark inside us all. So I'm not really sure why the Demiurge is the architect, because I'd love to break the etymology down, because it doesn't seem it means architect. That's just an inversion. I mean, we're the architects, if anything. And I think that's the way in which we've kind of had our power gaslit from us by saying, there's this divine being, which is the grand architect, the creator, and whether it's good, whether it's bad, there's still a being outside of us, which is the grand creator of reality, rather than us being a part of it, kind of thing. So, looking forward to this conversation today. Much love.
Oh, welcome to the table. All right. Yeah, I've had a personal experience with going into another realm that was like a higher realm, where I was able to transcend the illusion. And basically, in this experience, I got the impression that I was awakening a little too soon. It was like not the right time. I felt like this is a place where we go Maybe that's like the realm where we go to potentially like be judged, so to speak, where I've recently heard that what happens is that the whole narrative has been changed from the fact that we judge ourselves. You go to a place where we try to determine and discern whether our life was satisfactory for ourselves, whether it was what we really aimed for and our highest potential. If it was not, we will continue to come back and be reincarnated to be able to have the most fulfilling experience we can in this realm before awakening in the higher plane. So I felt like when I awoken in this other higher plane, there were 3 entities who were watching me, and they were urging me to return back here. I was premature, and I was a bit scared. I usually don't have much fear, but I was like feeling helpless, like I was stuck inside of this container, like it was like a nut shell or like an egg shell that my spirit was within. And as I looked down at my body, there was nothing familiar. There was no physical matter there in this realm. Everything was electrical or energetic, and my being was contained. And I felt like everything that happens here in this world was simulated in this shell that would kind of move and change form to resemble the things that I touch and move around within out here in this world are part of the shape of the container that I was in there. So, not to say that this world is not a real place according to this vision that I had, but just to say that there's a connection to a higher plane that connects in another realm where the spirit would awaken and potentially be born as an immortal spiritual being or energetic being in a higher plane. It gave me the impression that this is like a practice world where we come here and we come to experience the challenges of overcoming the darkness with the light and transmuting the darkness within to light. As we're able to then transmute all of our dark impulses and inclinations towards light and love and compassion, we then enable ourselves to be able to awaken in a higher plane where we will be able to become hatched from this shell or this seed and then be able to be free in that world. And so I felt like I was inside of like there's a name for when you have like electrical cage. I can't think of the name of what it is. But it doesn't allow other frequencies to go into the cage. Faraday cage. Yes. I felt like I was in somewhat of a Faraday cage there. It was also made of energy and not of physical wires or metals, but it was a very fascinating experience. And I felt like this experience explained so many things. Like there's a place where you go at the end of life to determine where you're going to be going next. There's like a higher place where the soul resides. There's an illusion and a simulation that's happening. And we're on a lower plane in this simulation. So it kind of encapsulated so many different ideas to me. And it was quite an experience, but I felt like it shed a lot of light on the possibilities of things. And the idea was that like the Demiurge was basically represented in that vision that I had as the shape of the containers. Like we all have this feeling of like being kind of trapped. I felt like this place is like a trap because in the other place there's no physical matter. There's no gravity that holds you down to the surface of anything. It's more like everything is free and nothing can be contained once you are released from that Faraday cage. You're totally free and you can just kind of like move around all throughout this realm as an energetic being, not tied back by physicality or materialism, really liberated from that into a higher place where you're able to then like move about freely and potentially like disappear and reappear somewhere else. but I wasn't able to get that far. But I've got that impression that it's once you're able to free yourself from this lower plane, that you have more higher potential to be able to move about and to manifest how you represent yourself there as an energetic being. I felt like there was a lot more flux in how you could appear to others, how you could kind of show up. So I felt like it's like this place is like we're being chained down to the surface, like, and a lot of people have kind of made the analogy, like, if imagine if the air was like the water and are walking around on the surface of the land, but they can't fly in the air. It's like as if like sea creatures, like we would be more like a creature on the bottom that crawls around on the bottom, some kind of a bottom feeder. Whereas the other fish are able to fly up above, and like kind of like the birds are able to fly up above in the air here. It's kind of an interesting analogy, the idea that we may be able to liberate ourselves from being tied to the surface. And I know that a lot of gurus and yogis have been able to actually levitate before. And actually, my contractor boss, Chad, he's been able to actually levitate before in the past himself. And I feel like I've been close before, maybe levitated myself as well. So I think it's not outside of the possibilities of things that humans could potentially fly if we were able to really resonate and understand how our soul works and how our soul could. Recently, I heard that the soul is something that has light from within, and so there may be have been a time in the past where we weren't so focused on materialistic needing of resources for food and sustenance and water, because the soul can feed us light from within. So I feel like this is where that kind of a transition would happen, where the body and mind starts to realize that there's ways to access sustenance from light within instead of being focused on the material sustenance outside of us. And through that, we could then transcend a lot of the limitations that we live under here. But I think a lot of people that work with like the mud flood theory, the idea of a lot of the structures in society were particularly like town halls and university buildings were actually an ancient Tartarian civilization that was overthrown, and the buildings were there. They were just re-inhabited, and people claim to have built them, but they did not. And that they had like antiquitech, where they were able to gather electricity from the peaks and the weather vanes that was stored in batteries below in the basement area. I feel like that kind of line of thinking has uncovered the fact that there were never any bathrooms in any of these buildings, and so like people did not use the bathroom. And if you look at the breatharians, they don't use a bathroom. They don't urinate or defecate at all. They don't eat or drink anything. They just breathe air. So it's a possibility that there was an ancient time where humans were spiritually ascended, where we were transcended from the material needs of sustenance here, which is an interesting thing to consider. But I think there's always like something going on here where what has drawn us away from that, maybe that's the demiurge within. Maybe there's like a focus on like lower materialistic kind of considerations, that's what's real. Like the materialist view has kind of overtaken the spiritualist view, where they were originally combined, like in the Commission understanding, where they suggested that everything is mind and that the material comes next. And then over time, we somehow forgot this and lost the power of the idea that we can transcend the limitations in the physical plane through belief and understanding of the mind. But I think a lot of people have been educated in such ways and indoctrinated in such ways where it's kind of considered to be just the imagination that would allow these kind of things to happen, but it's not actually easy to manifest them and transcend the limitations that we see upon us. But we do know that some people were able to transcend these limitations. Some people have transcended the limitation of like mortality, that you usually die within a certain range of years. Like Li Qing Yuan lived to 256 years old in China from eating longevity herbs and newt gizzards. And he had hundreds of children and dozens of wives. And he was born in, I want to say, like 1677 and died in 1933. I think that's about right with the dates. And so other people were said to have lived 1,000 to 1,000 years, like in the Bible before the Great Flood. And I think that there's something going on there where we could actually live much longer and transcend a lot of the limitations that have been imposed upon us through indoctrination. And we could potentially do a lot of things, like potentially like fly or float or create these vimanas and be able to fly a craft. That they even said that these crafts that flew in the sky were made of stone, but the human ego could drive the craft. And that was the story of the vimanas. Then there's also the stories of the flying sky chariots or fire chariots in the Bible. And a lot of this stuff is really curious and kind of there's a lot of parallels with these stories. So I'm always curious as to how the dark occult forces have pushed us away from being able to be sovereign and being able to have higher divine energies within us. But I feel like we all have the potential and the spark to be able to transcend these limitations. And some people have been able to do it. They just have to break away from like the common sense materialistic worldview that a lot of people have been stuck on.
You know, that's really beautiful and interesting as well. You know, because well, something Toby was saying, like he said he'd like to break it down. Well, probably a good place to start is to break down the etymology of Demiurge. And I think when we break down the etymology of Demiurge, we're going to get a little bit of an insight, or we're going to get a lot of an insight. Either or, there's definitely going to be insight. So with that in mind, let's take a look. So here we are cranking out a little bit of the good old-fashioned stuff, good old-fashioned Greek stuff. Thank you, sir. Nothing like a bit of Greek with breakfast. So the Demiurge, obviously it's Demiurgos. And then we have words like demure. I think demure is relating to this. But this is a construction of two words, essentially, right? It's demos, meaning the public or people, common people, and the second word is ergon. And ergon means work, labor. So, you know, the term was originally used to describe a public tradesman or craftsman, such as a carpenter or a physician. This is really important. Over time, it also became a common title for elected magistrates or public officials in several small Greek cities. In Platonic philosophy, as a metaphor, the Timaeus, the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, used the term figuratively to describe the entity that fashioned the universe. So that's where that particular word started to find its place into our egregoric consciousness. Plato's Demiurge was a divine artisan. So, bringing it back, it's a combination of common people and work. So it's the work of the common people, if we want to break down the words and the meaning, which I think is quite sort of quite telling in its own right. if we think about it.
Can I jump in a
Because-
sec?
Yeah, I just want to finish one thought, because
no worries,
otherwise
man.
it's going to
Tricky
be
on my phone.
disjointed. I'll be 1 second. The idea of the common people and the laborer, I think this is quite closely knitted to the idea of an artisan or a builder. And so this is where the Masonic ideas become enmeshed with the builder. Yeah, brother, jump on in.
Yeah, sorry. It's sorry to butt in. It was it's just tricky on my phone, sort of like signaling when to talk and stuff. I'm gonna be on my laptop shortly. But yeah, I just wanted to say, with like the craftsman of the people, it seems like it's an egregore of our perception of reality. Like there's no external craftsman. It's like we are the architect, we are the demiurge. And with demiurgos, the ergos, I think who was it in the chat earlier mentioned, I think it was Altruition mentioned ergos means craftsman. Well, ergos is very similar to Argos, which is the god with many eyes, I believe. Argos. So it's god with many eyes, and that many eyes is us. And the Argos is they my, so day being God, or light, my Argos. So it's like, it's to do with like the light of our eyes, the light that we're creating. That's what I think. So it's just interesting that you meant, Argos, that, the god with many eyes. And these gods aren't separate from us. It's just the human psyche. So the Argos is demiurgos. And I'm sure there's an interesting way we can break that down, like day being change or God, or like light, and may, day, my, Argos. So yeah, just the craftsman believe. I think it's kind of signals to me that it's us that's crafting the reality. Like it's not separate from us. The way you're explaining it, that's why I wanted to jump in, because there could be this perception of it being separate from us, like this craftsman of reality, that it's separate. But everything with the etymology signals to me that it's us that's crafting reality, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Sorry, I'm losing control of this thing. Were you finished, brother?
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, I could carry on breaking it down a bit more, but like later on when I jump on my laptop, maybe I'll try that then. It's just quite tricky on my phone. So yeah, I'm done for now.
Okay, brother, write down any cool ideas that you don't want to forget. And I'm inclined to sort of be in agreement with, this idea of, you see, for me, from a shamanic perspective, right? We don't see ourselves as being separate from the world. So we see ourselves as being the world, and that the world is us. And that this dream time, what we call dream time, is just a great cosmic dream that we're experiencing. So we're experiencing this dream of reality within ourselves. So everything that we're dreaming is us. And that I'm dreaming you, you are me. And every part of the dream that I experience is a part of me. And that within each of you is the same principle happening. So we're all living as a fractal expression of one thing, but each fractal expression is unique in its uniqueness. And but still, it's sort of like lots of drops of water are all still water and still come from the same water. but each one's unique. Each one will be a little bit different. It's falling through the sky. It's being molded by slightly different air molecules. Its shape slightly different. Its mass might be slightly different. There's all sorts of different elements it's picked up on its way. They're dissolving into it. There's very subtle differences, but those differences become large and fundamental differences when we sort of look at it in a more fundamental way. So the idea that there's this demiurge separate to us, I think, goes against the whole principle of the chain of life. Those of you that saw the live that we were doing this week, I say last week, the week's not over yet, lady. Come on, baby, the week's still going. But we did earlier this week, and I loaded up a video. Or was that last week? Did I put it on last week? Or was it Saturday? It's hard to keep up, so many lives. But I posted a video from one of my 108 lectures. I think it was season 2, that basically starts to tap onto this idea of this chain of life and how we are fundamentally not what we seem to be. We are like a conglomeration of beings, each one of us. And each one of those little beings is a conglomeration of beings. And, within the smallest being, that smallest being that we can find within ourselves happens to be the biggest being, that we are all a multitude of beings that fit into a being of multitudes of beings that fit into a being of multitudes of beings that fit into a being. And the biggest being that we fit into is the smallest being within us. I want us to consider this for a moment. And it sort of rings true when we start to consider concepts like within a grain of sand to see the whole universe, and within the whole universe to see that grain of sand, meaning that the entire universe is within a grain of sand. And it's quite a concept, because it means that the spatial parameters that we've assigned to physical reality are almost redundant in a sense, because we get so caught up in scale and size and mass, and we don't understand that, like look at this little guy here, right? Whoa, he's cheeky. We're gonna go and put him into bed in a minute. Hopefully he's not gonna fight me when I put him into bed. Are you gonna fight me? Huh? Like, these little guys are as much the feelings that they have are as phenomenal as the feelings that we have. And it's quite an interesting concept. And so, like, what does that say about little creatures like insects and microbes? How important are the emotional, mental faculties operating within the field of a microbe? Are they, something to think about? Like, we put so much importance on scale, but are our thoughts not important when put into context of the scale of a galaxy that's a living being, like an insect, like a microbe? In fact, all those galaxies, those billions of galaxies that we see, those could be the microbes that are part of a cell, like in our foot, part of a village of cells, keeping the cells together. It's quite a powerful thought when you start to think about it. We think of everything as being so linear and so separated and so fixed, but just exactly how far does that buck go? Dear Indy, did you have something on your mind, dear brother?
I got some puppies that want to say hi right here. Hey, little babies, say hi. Here's your little creatures right here. Hey, little baby.
That's so sweet. They're very beautiful. Oh, look at them. They look shy.
They're like, what's going on here? Are we on a live broadcast? I didn't sign up for this.
They look shy. Hello.
They're kind of confused. They're like, what's going on? Why are we being held in the air? What's going on right now?
They like to be seen as attention, don't they?
Good baby.
Is that Cosmic in the background? Are you with us, dear brother Cosmic? Or are you sandwiching it?
I'm just listening. I think when it comes to the demiurge within, I think another thing that's worth considering is how the demiurge manifests itself within groups of people, because I feel like group minds often function like demiurges. And I think the other telling thing about the whole demiurge thing is not the fact that, like, you know, we think of the deception that the world was falsely created, but nobody thinks that the deception is the fact that the world was like built at all. You know, the idea that it was built, you know, by hand by some kind of creature rather than, you know, birthed or spawned by some kind of like god and goddess type deal. And that narrative of the world being constructed, I think actually it kind of goes back to like older myths than even stuff in the Bible. Like I was watching something about giants the other day, and one of the kind of things that was like, you know, telling, obviously this was a podcast that was, you know, skeptical of the existence of giants. It's kind of like more of an atheist podcast, I'll be honest with you. But they said something that was important, in the fact that a lot of people, they looked at the idea that, you know, if there are these mountains and there are these megalithic structures, the implication is that from the perspective of ancient peoples, that there had to be big people that built these things, right? There had to be giant human beings that built these megalithic structures. They built these mountains or built these towers that have changed. But that's an important narrative component. And you realize that every religion kind of has some element of that, that the world is sort of like built. But what I'm noticing by that is that that same kind of demiurgical narrative seems to manifest itself in even older stories. Just the idea that the world was sort of like built, like even like the like the Babylonian Sumerian myth of like Marduk slaying Tiamat and essentially taking the, you know, building the world out of Tiamat's dead body. And the more that I think about the world from the fairies' perspective, that it was that worlds and universes are essentially birthed like animals or sort of grown like trees, that seems to give a more realistic perspective. And I think the idea that the world is essentially like a machine or something that's built, because if you think about it, if something is a machine, there is no ethical implications in taking that machine apart. Like if I want to remove something, cut something out, put something in, change the paint job, put in a different motor, you know, put in different gears and cogs, there's no ethical implications of that because it's a machine. It doesn't have any feelings. But if you did that to an organism, like you would either have to, it would either be a really horrible, painful experience to, like, you know, cut organs out of its body, or at the very least, you'd have to, you know, put it under some form of anesthesia. And it kind of occurs to me that maybe perhaps this kind of narcissism comes from that same kind of demiurgical idea that the world isn't alive, and because the world is not alive and it's not a living thing, I can then fashion the world into whatever I desire. Because if you think about, there's a difference between making something out of a pile of lumber versus cutting down a tree, right? Once something is already in a pile of lumber, you can kind of just put it together. But, you know, a tree still is technically alive. It has roots in the ground, et cetera, et cetera. And it's almost like in a lot of ways, people don't see the forest for the trees anymore. They just see lumber. They just see a bunch of 2x4s. It's like they don't even see the actual trees they're making for. And that's kind of like a symbolic, you know, kind of understanding of the idea that, you know, the very idea, it's not just that there's the demiurge is a false deceptive being. It's just that the idea of the demiurge is itself a kind of like a false deceptive notion, because this idea, the deception is that the world has to be built by something smarter than us rather than birthed by something greater than us. Because I think if something is birthed and it's like natural, there's a different kind of ethical sort of limitation, because it's more just kind of like, you know, chaos. It's just an organism of the universe trying to discover itself and figure things out. Whereas if it's built, that kind of creates a more of an authoritarian structure where everything already kind of has a plan and everything has to go along with the plan. And if you don't go along with the plan, then it's just like a machine. You take a cog, you remove the cog. But in this case, removing the cog might be, you know, like hurting or killing someone, you know, because it's like, oh, they're just part of the machine. And I think ideologies and like authoritarian, you know, systems like fascism or communism, whatever, do that. They see each individual being as merely like a pawn or a tool that they can use. It doesn't give them any sentience or agency or whatever. So I think that when it comes to this whole idea of the demiurge, we have to really think about the idea of the narrative of the world being built versus the narrative of the world being, you know, birthed or grown from like a seed, because I think that distinction between those narratives creates very different stories about humanity. And I think that the idea that the world is built by like some smart being, like with some, they got their tools and their rulers and all that stuff, and everything is planned and perfect and going to plan. There's something like you feel controlled in a narrative like that, because your idea is you don't have individual agency. You're just a part of a machine. Whereas if we're all kind of like an organism or whatever, it's not a machine, then we're just kind of like, phenomenon that can kind of just explore the universe freely and just sort of like, figure things out based on our needs and our desires, based on this sort of false collective that, kind of messes with us. Because I think that's another big part of the deception that, nobody seems to be talking about. Because I know, everybody in the spiritual community believes in oneness, but I think the problem is that I think people are getting deceived by a false oneness, a false togetherness that really is more kind of interconnected through hatred and tribal mentality and, us versus them, as opposed to something greater than that. So I think that the idea that, because I think if everything is nature and everything is just sort of organisms and plants and animals, then it kind of creates the implication that you're sort of like free. You're just an organism and you live your life based on your, instincts and your purposes and your goals. Whereas everything is like a machine created by a god, or the natural universe, if you were, then your individual needs are sort of subservient. They don't mean anything. They're completely meaningless. And you're supposed to kind of be a slave to this larger thing, being part of the machine. So I think really the narrative of the machine is the most demiurgical aspect of the Demiurge's control, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's very interesting what you say, and I feel like that's very resonant with the way I see things as well. People are really stuck in this materialism view, and I think there is like a thing where we're supposed to join into egoism and participate in the delusion of separation and think that we're all part of this system that kind of requires us to suppress our negative emotions and only do what we're allowed to do or supposed to do without being authentic. And I really feel like this is detrimental to us all and leads people towards sacrificing our soul for our practical slave role and become identified by our occupations. Like, this is what I do. I help people clean toilets. That's what I am. People like believe that that's who they are. It's like, I'm a plumber. That's all that I am. And that's what I do. And that's like everything that I'll ever be. And it's sad to me, but I feel like people will go through a situation where they're in like a midlife crisis and they'll start to realize like, oh, I wanted to be like a rock star or a musician or like a painter or like an author or something like that. And we all have this aspiration for our soul to like create a gift for the world that's unique that we could create through our creative expression. But it's suppressed by the practical things of like trying to get the bills paid and trying to choose a role to play in society and be someone's servant. And very rarely do you see people that will just completely stop playing the game and just go out of having a career path or occupation. But oftentimes those people will become wandering vagrants or vagabonds or homeless bums and just kind of wander around with a shopping cart and live in cardboard boxes and stuff. Whereas you have other people that are like survivalists that will go out into the wilderness, like outside of society, and live off the land out of like a tent or like a yurt or like a home built like log cabin. But I feel like in order to have this kind of a lifestyle, you have to break away from the steps that we're supposed to take in society. You have to break away from the normalcy of conforming to our broken system. And I think one of the aspects of the normalcy that has drawn us away from a place of harmony is the idea that the extended family should be separated. The nuclear family is like based on like rejecting the children at age 18 and making them become independent or isolated at that point on their own. I feel like this has never been right or good for us. And some people have attributed this to Queen Elizabeth changing the fabric of the family structure and society, making us all separated and divided and conquered. But I feel like when you live in a extended family and there's like a particular career path that your extended family has that you're a part of and you're part of that whole system, then you have like sovereignty. You can play a role in that. And like some, there's many different roles for any type of service that a family might do. Like if your family is responsible for creating shoes, like you don't have to be a shoemaker yourself. You could be the salesperson, you could be the person that does packaging or marketing, or you could be the person that like finds the raw materials and brings them back to the family, work with the leather smiths and whatever. So there's like so many different things that you could do even in one service industry that you could participate in your family. But at the same time, I feel like there were some limitations when we used to live with our extended families before the Industrial Revolution. I think there was like a lot of like arranged marriages where people were not really free to just go run off with somebody who they love. They had to marry for like practical purposes, like, oh, like we want to marry you into the family of the people that make the leather for the shoes that we built, so that we have a familial tie with them, and then that will help us get a better deal or something, things of the sort. And I feel like at those times when people would want to marry out of love, they would have to run away from the extended family and live in exile, probably as like kind of like on the run people, or like living like in the alleys or like in some cave or something. It was like not really a good scenario where you break away from the extended family before. Now people do have the freedom, but I think with the freedom also comes other detriments and limitations.
Could you tell us like what was the story about Queen Elizabeth?
Apparently Queen Elizabeth changed the fabric of society and made it so that people would not live together as a family. And it kind of led towards the Industrial Revolution, where the people could then be used as like slaves because they're not part of like a big family unit. And now they're like looking for some way to become a servant to somebody. And so they employed them as factory slaves in the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. But that was after the fact. And I'm not really clear on how or why, but I'm still exploring this. And it was recently something that I saw that was really grabbed my attention and I want to learn more about. But I know the British monarchy through Marine Admiralty law has come to control the world and westernize all of the world's societies. And so like, it's like the whole thing is people live freely. They have their own crops that they make, they create their own food, their family like has like giant plots with multiple homes, and they are like pioneers. They are able to do just about everything with their land. They make not only food but find resources and trade them in like a barter trade societies. And then all of a sudden the people are all broken up. I feel like it must have had something to do with like the thing where the king and the queen send out the tax collectors to like collect the tax, and then eventually it goes from that to the breaking apart of the extended family somehow, maybe from, it could be done from like providing opportunities at first. It's like you don't have to just be like collecting cow dung and spreading the fertilizer all the time. You could come work for the queen or something in the palace And like they probably started off by giving people these roles where it's like you could become like a traveling like salesman for us or something, or go out and become one of the tax collectors, or join our army or something, where they were offered like some kind of a prestige, as opposed to like how they kind of demonized sovereignty. It's like, if you want to continue to like plow the fields, go ahead, but you could become like some fancy like aristocrat instead if you wanted to like serve the queen or the king. I would think that's where it would have began, somewhere like that kind of thing. But I would like to learn more and research exactly how it went down. I'll try to take a look.
The reason I ask is because it's quite interesting, just looking at the whole kings and queens story, because those are the proverbial demiurge of our societies in modern times, in a sense, on the macrocosmic scale. But once again, they wield our power, the power of the people, which is rather interesting. And it's by consent, and it's by our putting them on the pedestal that they rule from. It's our admiration and our declaration that they are our kings and queens. So I think like there's definitely a profound connection here with these kings. I mean, what I'm thinking about is Tartaria. I'm thinking about what happened, you know, and how our society was sculpted or built, right? The demiurge of our society, this modern post-industrialist society that we're living through, and makes me consider, you know, just what I'm looking at this. Okay, so what have we got here? Let's throw it on the stage for a moment. Let's get it on there. Come on, get it on there. Get it on there. Get it on there. So okay, so Queen Elizabeth II was preceded by her father, King George VI, right? And before him was King Edward VIII. These were the two lords of the House of Windsor. And before that was the House of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. So that was King George V. That was 1910 to 1936. And before this, King Edward VII. That was 1901 to 1910. And then Queen Victoria. Now, Queen Victoria is the one. I think that is the one that shaped a lot of our world. And it's interesting that there's not much spoken about Queen Victoria, but like if you go to London, like Victoria Tube Station, train station, it's like central to London. Her name is everywhere. But it's like, how can she be forgotten? Because she was like the usher in of the Industrial Revolution proper, coming from the 1800s into the 1900s, right? That's when things really, really, really change. And so I'm reckoning that must have been like finger on the button, hold the joystick and drive the system. And that seemed to be a point where, you know, we had all these orphans, right? All the orphan trains. And there are times before then when there are photographs of just about empty cities. And so something happened within the century before that, it seems, you know, the 1800s. So, you know, I think it's relevant when we start to look at these things. I think it's not without importance. But I also thought to take a look at something that I think is quite important. Cosmic was talking about the demiurge, and to come back to what Cosmic was saying, you were talking about how we've had largely humans, right, Cosmic, that were playing this demiurgical role in our stories, in our mythos, and in our religious overviews. And how in the older times there were different animals. And that makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've heard some of these crazy stories, but some of the oldest stories that I came across are the stories of the what are they called? The something diver, the earth diver. So the earth diver motif are some of the very, very, very ancient stories, and these ancient stories is, the universe is initially covered by a vast, dark, cosmic ocean, and the supreme being or creator commands various aquatic animals to dive to the bottom of the sea and bring back small specks of soil or mud. Several animals often fail before the least likely one to be able to achieve this manages. And when this tiny piece of mud is brought to the surface, it magically expands and grows until there's a solid form of earth. And obviously, these go back to Paleolithical times. So these are very ancient stories that we're dancing on here, and to the indigenous hunting cultures of the northern Eurasia and the Americas, right? And so the Native American tradition is quite a cute one. So the Cherokee creation myth, I don't know if you guys know this, it's a water beetle named Dayunsi. Excuse me if I didn't say the name right, but I'm going to say it looks like Dayunsi. Dives to the seafloor and brings up soft mud, which swells and expands to form the earth. In the Crow tradition, it's diving ducks. A younger duck and an older duck plunge into the endless waters and bring back a ball of mud and root. Then we have the Siberian versions of the story, which are also really cute. And these are the Uralic-speaking Samiot and the Buryat peoples. And this is also a loon or a duck diving to the bottom. And the loon or the duck is going down to obviously the same mission. They are sent down by a creator. This is an interesting concept. Like, who's sending these animals down? And they get soil, and the soil then multiplies. The Slavic one and the Polish and Ukrainian creation myths, they have dual narrative where God's instructing the devil. Okay, now we're getting interesting, right? God's instructing the devil, who transforms into a water bird, to dive into the primeval sea and bring up sand under his nails. God uses the speck of soil to create the world. Okay, so that's quite interesting. And then there's the Finnish stories of Kalevala. The Finnish, and check me if I'm saying that right. Is it Kalevala? I don't know, Kalevala. The Finnish national epic. And this is also, it's a duck or a swan. Once again, it's usually birds that go down, lay eggs on the knee of an air goddess, and the eggs shatter when she moves, and they fragment from the earth to the sky and the moon. I'm just going to go and actually going to put something in the way of that dog. I'm not going to let him in because I want him to stop being so demanding. He's scratching on the door and it's totally uncool. So I'm going to go and put cushions in front of the door on the other side so he can't get access, and leave him on that side of the door because I think he needs a lesson in toning it down. But yeah, these stories are quite interesting. And just before I do that, we've got African variations of these stories. And the African variations of these stories, there's the Dogon cosmology. And the Dogon, I don't know if you guys know it, but the Dogon tribe, probably most people in this chat know the Dogon tribe or have heard of it. They have got some of the oldest star charts that you can't draw with the naked eye. There are parts of the chart that are accurately drawn that you need telescopes to draw on rocks which are ancient, part of their heritage, part of their ancestral heritage. So very interesting the Dogons. So in their mythology, water plays a central role as the origin of all existence. The supreme creator, Ama, it's the root of the word mother, created the universe by throwing a seed into the darkness. The first living beings created were the Nommo, the primordial fish-like amphibious water spirits who descended from the heaven in an ark to provide order, crops, and civilization of the earth. Now that fish living beings, right, is something that's mentioned in the Sumerian tablets, that when they got here, they had like fish-like heads that they had. And so that makes us think of Enki, Ea, which is a fish-like being, deity. So it's quite interesting how the Dogon cosmology seems to hold some semblance to the Sumerian. Fascinating. Let's keep that in mind. Then there's the Bina Bamba from Cuba, the creation myth in Central Africa. It's not a diving story strictly, but in the beginning, the earth was nothing but total darkness and a vast ocean governed by the giant creator god Bumba or Mbombo. I prefer Mbombo. Mbombo, 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 Mbombo. It's got like a musical feel to it, doesn't it? You just want to dance and chant it, which is quite interesting. Like, gosh, like if you were going to name God, that's how you name God, Mbombo. It's got like bass in it. It's got percussion in it. It's got the in it. It's got the o in it. It's got the mbombo. It's like a big bomb. Bomb is one of the powerful syllables of Shiva's power. So in the beginning, there was this darkness and a vast ocean governed by a giant creator god, Mbombo. And suffering from an intense stomach ache, he vomited up the sun. The heat from the sun slowly evaporated the water, revealing the first dry land. He subsequently vomited the moon, the stars, and the first animals, the leopard, the eagle, the crocodile, and others, which then gave birth to the rest of the world's creatures. So, there are a lot of these really, really cute stories, and I think they're all sort of got quite a lot of relevancy. And so it gives us new ways of thinking about this whole idea of the proverbial architecture of the universe, right? Personally, if you ask me which version rocks the Demiurge, I like Mbombo. Mbombo is that story rocks for me, maybe it's just because I feel a kinship with those people, probably more than in other places. But I do find that that's like a really cool idea. And the fact that this Mbombo vomited up the sun and the moon and everything, it's quite interesting. Like, they don't tell us what gave him a stomach ache though. And that's the part of the story that I want to know. Like, why did he have a stomach ache? What gave him a stomach ache? Maybe he had eaten the sun and the moon and everything else, and he had a stomach ache, and so he had to vomit them, which means that they were somewhere else, right? So he ate the last creation. Are you with me? The cyclical nature of creation and destruction. He ate the last creation, got indigestion, couldn't hold on to it, and vomited it back up, and boom, here we go, new creation. And at the end of this creation, he'll eat up the last creation, this creation, and vomit it up, and there'll be a new creation. And to me, that sort of ties in with the Vedic story of the yugas, right? Of the universe being created and being uncreated and being recreated. And that to me makes a lot more sense, that there would be an expansion and a contraction within the universe where it contracts to such a degree that it falls through its own contraction hole, a-hole, and then expands back out into creation again in what we consider to look like what seems like a big bang, but it's just really the emergence of matter once again from the point of the singularity after it had collapsed into the singularity, which to me makes more sense than any other concept. But those a lot of these stories, they're very interesting because of the way in which we start to relate to the universe as being a powerful living construction. I like these stories because they show the life, as opposed to the so-called architect that's using inanimate stuff to build a universe that's inanimate, and then some way breath is blown into the universe and it becomes alive. To me, the idea that it starts from a point of life and that the universe itself is a living being that lives and dies like all other beings makes more sense to me. I don't know. What do you guys think in terms of these ideas?
Well, I just want to throw out there that what you are describing sounds like the number 4 on the Enneagram, the Master Builder. Is it the North Node and Uranus? And then also on the on the broader spectrum, also it sounds like the journey of the 1 into the 9, like the sun going back through Mars into Pluto. Which the one and the 9 is AI as well. So that's interesting because I'm going to jump on my laptop in a minute. Like, give me about 5 minutes, and then I've made some notes that I've been writing down, but about AI and the Demiurge and stuff. But it's interesting because that sounds like the Master Builder, and or is it just the Builder, the 4th on the Enneagram? The Builder.
Well, yeah, the builder, Master Builder. I mean, the builder is the Master Builder. The Master Builder is the builder.
Well, that seems to be like Freemasons, and their god is the architect or the Demiurge, isn't it? So that kind of makes sense that it's this kind of communication or conversation between the North Node and Uranus, the light to the dark. So that's interesting. I'll see you guys shortly.
Right. Yeah, I did some digging about Queen Elizabeth. Apparently, Queen Elizabeth I divorced her husband and was single and did not remarry. And so by doing that, it was a total shock to people in the world. Everybody assumed that men were the only ones that have power, and women only take power when there's no son or man involved. And so she kind of changed that whole thing and created a way in which people would end up getting these hyphenated names and carry the woman's name in the last name as well. And then have women have like independence, and kind of led to the women's suffrage movement, which has altered the structure of our reality. Like, basically, before, things were kind of like very simple, and women played like just the role of being a mother. Then women became slaves too, and so by her becoming like independent as a royalty, it made women like want to become independent, to like own their own homes and like all this stuff. And then it kind of broke the families apart, where the children have like divorced parents and the mothers like either remarried or maintain their independence. And it kind of gave women the power to like recreate their family structure, and it kind of took away from their obedience to be like a servant of the home and focused on raising the children. So I think that's kind of altered our structure of reality drastically. But there's been like some things that were lost. There's been some things that were gained. I think women wanted to have some more rights, to be able to make more choices and have better opportunities. But at the same time, they were then forced to become like independent and take care of themselves and not necessarily rely upon a man. Now this younger generation, the women want to basically like be the breadwinner and have the man be the at-home father, which I feel like the way things were set up before was purposeful. because women have maternal instincts, they're better with kids naturally. Whereas like men are kind of not that great with social and emotional intelligence, probably better for them to go run off and stay busy doing something to support the family financially than actually just be the only ones that are there to focus on helping the kids get raised and feel loved. But I feel like a mother will do a better chance of like children feeling like understood and loved and cared for, whereas a man will help discipline a child to become more independent, which would make them a better slave. So I feel like we've kind of shifted away from like the loving caress of like the goddess, like watching over us and protecting us and Mother Earth. We focus more now on like the Heavenly Father, like driving us out to become like making the money. It's like go out and become like your own king and like make all that money and have all the power and riches and resources. And like women, you should be kings too. Like you go out and like make your money too. So I think that all this focus on like independence and commerce has really taken away from the feelings of like connection between the family members, the relationships that we have and connections as a family, as a group that we can work together. It's kind of drawn us all apart where we're all just separate individuals trying to go out and like make something out of these resources. Like let's get some scratch out of this. Let's like try to like basically go out into the world and turn anything worthwhile that will like had its inherent value into something that's marketable, something that's able to be turned into profit. So I feel like there's been a shift from art and love and understanding to responsibility and like the role of becoming like a person that does a certain thing to be able to get by and does well and like move up the ladder to become like more and more independent and capable of like not having to drain on other people in the family that are like providing. So I feel like there's a lot of detriments that come from this, but I'm sure there's like obviously a drive that they've used to push people towards it, like the idea that like don't you want to have like your own kingdom of your own instead of be part of somebody else's kingdom. So I think they've tried to push that on like the human family structure, which was strongly influenced by Queen Elizabeth I. And that you have to admit, like when there was a time where people lived with their extended families and they had these roles and responsibilities of like the household, where they had a lot of things going on there. You know, people would probably get stuck like doing some stuff that maybe they weren't great at being able to master the family craft or whatever it was, and they just were just basically a servant to the family to do the drudgery, and they kind of got stuck in that for their whole lives. I feel like people wanted to break out of that and like have more opportunities, but as a result you have like the chances like of people to be able to be financially independent right now are like not really a guarantee. So there's a lot of people that have struggled with this newfound independence and ended up in like welfare or disability, and they're just living on the couch in the lethargy, and they don't feel like they have a purpose or role in their society. So I feel like that's kind of worse. Like if you're like lost and isolated and alone and like you don't feel like there's anything you can even do in your society now, but before you at least had something you could do, you were helping your family, I feel like that would have been a better place. But now we have these people that are just isolated like Muppets. They just kind of sit there on the couch and collect the money, and they just spend the money that they get for free. To me, that's like the worst possible scenario. Whereas like other people think that's the best possible scenario because you don't have to do anything. But I feel like being able to have a purpose is like very important in like for people being told like you're not capable of having a purpose, you just have to be paid to sit on the couch. I think that might sound good at first, but after a while I feel like that drains away people's like ability to like appreciate themselves for like the things they do. They're at that point now just kind of pushed into the corner where it's like, oh, they're taking care of me. It's like they're just a baby forever. Like they're just a baby in the crib. They can't get up and walk. So I don't know. I think there's an interesting way to see the benefits and costs of all these various different stages, but I think that there was a better way that we had that's been kind of dismantled.
Certainly. Welcome back, dear brother Toby Shinobi.
What's up, guys?
Welcome back.
Had a bit of a madhouse here today. Bodhi was sick 2 days ago, and Ori's been sick last night and today. Bless him. So just sort of navigating that because Bodhi's just full of beans, whereas Ori's like the opposite.
Did you say Ori's not feeling so well now?
Yeah, last night on Friday at school, actually, he told his teacher he felt a bit sick, and she said, just give it a minute. And then he was sick in class, unfortunately.
I bet she felt really clever for that.
Yeah. Just Bodhi, I think, recovered in 24 hours. But Ori's taken it quite badly. Hopefully he's all right tomorrow. But yeah, I've been writing some notes as I've been listening and sort of navigating the stuff here. That might not make sense at first. I'll try and tie the threads together. Like with the Demiurge, that makes me think of, I'll just go through the list and then I'll break it down. Like the Demiurge makes me think of AI, and then the dollar bill, like with money, and what we're giving our energy to. And with Argos, by the way, someone mentioned earlier that Argos is a giant, not a god. He was known, he was a giant, but he was known to have many eyes, like an all-seeing giant. Like we're told God is all-seeing. Perhaps Demiurge is all-seeing because it's us. It sees through us, hence why it's always seeing. And of course, that's an egregore. And so yeah, an egregore is a thought form, and then it brings me to egg in French is oath. Sounds a lot like earth. And of course, oath, OPH, also means wisdom, which brings me to Sophia, which, if you break it down, it's so, oath, ear. Ear is an old name for earth. Ear is here, is the present. To sew means to tie the threads of the fates of the past, present, and future. And oath, of course, is wisdom. So we're here in the present to tie the threads of the past and the future to bring wisdom to this plane. And this also brings me to the ice wall, which is just, it links to fear and not being able to see beyond, because ice is linked to fear. And as far as I'm concerned, beyond the ice wall, there's infinite terrain. That's my understanding, is that there's an ice wall to kind of keep us confined. If you keep going, you have countries, then you have cities, you have 15-minute cities, which they're always trying to restrict us. So I think that this plane here is infinite, and the ice wall is just fear. The ice caps are melting because people are starting to let go of their fear. That's why they want to block out the sun, because they don't want the ice caps melting. They want us to be cold and frozen. And then it also brings me to the dome as well.
Can I add to the ice quickly?
Yeah.
Can I just, the ICE officers to keep the people separate in the USA? But carry on, brother.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, like provoking fear. Yeah, like stormtroopers, right? And then this also brings me on to the dome, the firmament. Of course, the firmament means solid mind, to stop us thinking outside of this realm. basically to stop us bringing things into this realm, because there's a glass dome and it's a prison and we just need to escape, when that's not it. We're here, we need to bring things into this realm, because perhaps this realm is all there is. What about that? What if there's no other star systems? It's just all right here. You know, what if? Who knows? I like to think that there's way more to this present reality than we're made to be. That's why they've messed with our history. That's why they seem to make stuff up about space. Like, you know, part of it's real, maybe part of it isn't. Of like, you know, NASA's deceiving us all the time. So that's your past, and then the space is more outwards expansion, future. But the dome is sort of domination, like dome nation. So they want us to think we're under a dome. You know, perhaps we are, but there's Operation Fishbowl, and people say it's like a glass dome, which is ridiculous. Like, it's water, and I think that a lot of us know that. And this water is a plasma, and of course, plasma is fourth phase water, and the fourth dimension is time. So this fourth phase water is to do with our thoughts and our perception of time. And right now we're bound in matter for a time. But I think why we're here is to, like, you know, like oath being earth, and oath also meaning egg. Like oath is egg. It's like a seed, and you know, like the Buddha is bud ha. It comes out of the dark and emerges. That's why we're here, to be in the darkness. But in the dark is where you find the light. You know, if you're just always outwards following another's path, you need to really be in the dark to cultivate your own path. And I think that this whole sort of prison planet is not a prison planet yet. But if we talk about Demiurge, like, what is the Demiurge or like the Antichrist now? Well, it's like Elon Musk, Bill Gates and stuff. And I think that this ties into AI, if I go back to the beginning of my notes, because on the dollar bill, you have the eye on top of the pyramid, and the eye is the all-seeing eye. Well, is that the Demiurge? Is that us? Is that our subconscious? Is this how we can be pretty much programmed via our subconscious and not real eyes, that we are being played like puppets by, you know, not one being, but perhaps a whole host of other beings, like in the astral, messing with our emotions. And the archetype is the arc is the story, is the vessel is the carrier, is the eye is the observer, and the tech is technology, which is language and symbols and frequency. But what we've been given now is this distortion of this technology being just a physical silicon, sort of mechanical machine-like. So this is the battle between the magic and the mechanical that's going on, because any concepts, you can always flip and reverse it and dissolve it and kind of put the pieces back together. And I think that's what we need to be doing, is know how to really morph, because you have the formless, you have the morph, and then you have the form. Whereas we're given just the form. This, you can look at it as the cause and effect. The cause is the formless, and the effect is the facts that we're given. If that makes sense. And we're just given all these facts, like this is how everything is. Whereas really, if you follow the course of how things are, it seems that a lot of stuff has been inverted. So what we need to do is flip it back, if that makes sense. So yeah, I really think that this Demiurge, this whole story of the fall of Sophia and the Demiurge and stuff, it's all happening now. It's not something that's happened. It's a process, and we're right in the thick of it now. And that this Demiurge, this all-seeing like architect or whatever, or ruler, archon, like this monarchy, is being built before our very eyes right now. And it's AI, it's this machine always watching, always observing. So we're right in the thick of it. It's not like this is a prison planet, it's becoming a prison planet. And the way that we see with clarity through this distortion is knowing how to use magic, knowing how to use our thoughts, the force all around us, and seeing beyond time, looking into the past and being like, it's all happening now, looking into the future and seeing what kind of timeline we're on and correcting the course and becoming what's the word? Like a lot of people are asleep at the wheel, so to speak. You know, our ship is being blown off course, and we need to sort of become captains of our own vessel again. Really, yeah. Howard, the car, the bar, and it's the arc. Not sure what the mar is, but the central I is the arc, AKH, which also means big brother, like observer, and I as well. So the arc, the I, the unk, you know, it's all very similar. You obviously have the Merkaba, so like the Mer, the cart, and the bar. And the Mercury is the messenger of the gods. Iris is the messenger of the gods. Iris is the I. The I is the messenger of the gods. We are the messenger of the gods. What are the gods? Archetypes. They come through us. Like we're channels for higher powers, other powers, but that of course is us. They're not separate from us, if that makes sense. Like we come in as a fraction of the potential of everything, and I think that we're here to grow expansion, but it's been inverted and we've kind of been squashed and molded, and basically the circle, the sphere, the Sophia, the wisdom has become cubed and square-like, and energy is being trapped and stuck. And I think our job here is to kind of use this vortex energy of the Ka, the Ba, the Ark, the Ida, Pingala, the Shishumna, having the anchor point, letting this electromagnetic masculine, feminine polarity spin and break the shackles of this cube, which seeks to trap and cage this energy of Sophia, which is the divine spark, which is in all living things. So yeah, those are my thoughts I've written down. But I do find it really interesting that oath in French means egg, and then it sounds like earth. It's like this realm is an egregore. Everything is an egregore. It's all a thought form. It's just that we don't know how to channel the thoughts. Like, of course, we're not our thoughts, but there's thoughts all around us. These thoughts is the force which shapes reality. And our eyes and our mouth and our hearts brings things into being. And this is why on the dollar bill you have the pyramid with the eye, and then you have he'll be so pleased with our plans, whatever, a new order of the ages, because all of our energy, which is a monetary system, has been building this AI infrastructure. We've been building this AI god, which is the Demiurge, which does not exist yet, but it's being built before our very eyes. And I think this also ties into Marduk as well. That's why Elon Musk is so aligned with Marduk. Worship me before all others. Akhenaten as well in the past, of putting himself before the sun. They want to block out the sun. These technocrats, they want us all eating lab-grown food, having lab-grown babies. They want everything controlled. And that proves it's not all controlled yet. Like we're just in the middle of the past and the future, but it's all happening now, if that makes sense. Is anyone there? Should I carry on?
I am here, dear brother. I just was having an issue getting this thing to open up. I think there's definitely a lot to that. I heard most of what you were saying. I had to go make my son a lassi, and then I got my phone out and I was able to listen to it on my phone. So it took a while to get on, but I definitely think, you know, there's something to the idea behind what was it that you said that caught my attention? specifically. It was when you were talking about the eye, the image of the pyramid disconnecting from the dollar bill. I think you might have even mentioned it. Well, I got the image of it when you were talking about it anyway in my mind, and if you didn't say it, you were thinking it. you were projecting it. And the way in which our perception has been ruled by the media, right? And how the magic that we are being programmed with is largely the magic to control our perception. And so why is it the elites need to control our perception, right? Because they want to connect with this being within us, right? Without us, they don't have access to the being. It's a very interesting concept. Like, you need to get access to everybody, all the eyes. You were talking about the giant in the beginning, right? With all the very, very many eyes. And how that represents sort of, once again, the egregoric potential of the human race as our sort of unified field of perception. And I think you could extrapolate that to mean our field of belief, because of the way in which the brain is constructed, the very nature of perception is shaped by what we're thinking, and literally the senses route the information directly through the thalamus. And in the thalamus, that information gets in some way tempered or changed. And in order for it to modulate to go to the next part of the brain. So it's like a relay station. And just like an electrical relay station, something gets done to the electricity in that relay station in order to get it ready for the next stage. And so it seems like a very much of our reality, which is what the dream time of shamanic philosophy and cosmology entertains, is that the nature of our reality is very much in our perception and our mind. And as we see and as we expect and as we project and as we believe, that's a big part of what we're going to experience and see. And I'm sure this is telling out well with you as well, Cosmic, isn't it? Or is Cosmic in
Sorry, I was away eating something. Could you repeat what you were talking about earlier?
No, I just did. I thought you were in Sandwich Land. Were you eating a sandwich?
I was in Sandwich Land, actually. I just got back from Sandwich Land, and I met with the BLT ambassador, and we had a treaty about the mayonnaise strait and the trade route in that area. So yeah, so what were you guys talking about?
Well, we were talking about the mythos, and there's quite a lot that's been said, going back from the mythos of the animal myths and the construction of the universe, but more recently, sort of tying into what Toby was saying about the giant with the many eyes, and this is the Argus, right? And interestingly enough, do you know what Argus means in South Africa?
I just know that Argus is the name of a boss from one of my favorite video games. And now that I remember, the boss is this giant octopus guy that has a bunch of eyeballs that he sends out after you. So the idea of a beast being with many eyes, those people who made those video games, they knew about mythology and stuff. But yeah.
So interestingly enough, if you came to South Africa 35, 40 years ago, the main newspaper in the whole of South Africa was called the Argus. So they're controlling our eyes. They're controlling our minds. They're controlling our belief. And by controlling our minds and our belief, they can control us. And that's how the Demiurge works. It works through people. That's the big clue to this control of the structure of reality, because imagining that reality is based upon the field of consciousness. What we're putting into that field of consciousness through our thoughts and our mental bodies is going to affect the fundamental field of consciousness, how it's experienced by everybody. And as a group, we're co-creating this field of consciousness. So if we are all together fueling the substance of reality, if we can get into this pip mastery engine and mess with the structuring of the sensory information, we can change the very nature of reality. David Icke's always going on about this, and I think he's right. About how reality as a quantum field is affected by our consciousness, and how this is the goal of the elites, is to control our thinking process. This is why we need education in schools, in order for them to be able to ply their evil little trades. Because without us, there is no potency, there is no power. Their magic is flat and futile, because they need our mind space to maintain their idea of reality. And so the particular type of magic that they're using is a very weak form of magic. And there are different types of magic. Some are very strong, some are very weak. But they're using the weakest form of magic because it's all they have access to. This is something for us to recognize and realize, right? These are not masters that are levitating and, pulling fire out of thin air and making their body infinitely bigger, or making their body turn into lots and lots of bodies that move out of their bodies. These are the Siddhi from available. And so it does seem, and this is why this technology, I think, is so important with the transhumanist movement, because this very idea of the demiurge within us, and so basically, cosmic, in a nutshell, the nutshell that should have been on your sandwich, or the nut that should have been in your sandwich's shell, shall we say? You forgot the nuts. I would say, because the nuts are highly nutritious, the best thing you can eat, is effectively the nature of reality is affected by our beliefs. And what we're thinking and what we believe is going to change the very structure of the quantum field of reality. If the whole group's mind is controlled in some way. And this is why we have the media, right? Me, idea. Whoa, what are we talking about? Me idea? Yeah, the media. Me idea. Oh, me idea. Yeah, they give me idea. Oh, right. They put their idea in my head. Me idea, media. And then when I've got the idea that they want me to have, just like everybody else has the idea that they want me to have, they can then control the world and the universe because they're in our heads. That's basically what I'm saying, cosmic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that when it comes to understanding the world, I always go back to the nature metaphor. But I think when it comes to deception, I think that the group dynamic is a big part of it. Like, I think about, like, I've been doing this kind of project with the Fae where we basically kind of take belief systems and false realities to sort of, like, deconstruct the aspects of them. And it's like I go through the philosophical aspects and even go through like rituals, dieting, sexual practices, and how that primes and controls one's mind from an early age to a subconscious level. But I've realized it's actually that there's a power in the group of people that you surround yourself with, the people that you trust. And I think that the community of people you're with is really what sort of supports your worldview. Because think about, in a lot of ways, how much more confident you have in a belief in something if there are other people that share that belief with you. It's like, oh, I'm not alone in believing in this thing. That's kind of one of the reasons why I realize I'm so skeptical in general, is because I don't have a team of cheerleaders supporting me that maybe other religions do, where they have all these Buddhas. I can rest my laurels on the fact that these smart, Buddhist yogis figured everything out, and I don't have to do the work. So they have everything. Where I'm like, I have to kind of figure this stuff out all on my own. I have to start from square one and just figure it out, And that's a really different dynamic. But it made me realize how much of our perception of reality is controlled by other people, and not even in a sinister way, like there's some shadow government that's giving you false information, or you got to go along with the lines of people, otherwise you're gonna be thrown in prison. I'm just talking into simple situations where it's maybe I shouldn't say that thing because that might hurt that person's feelings, or oh, maybe this will be offensive to this person, or oh, maybe people will think I'm stupid or weird if I say that this certain thing. Those little insecure moments that you have with yourself, I think those are the things that really prime people. That's the real control mechanism, that the idea that I have to conform to the group, because it's a very like old, like, you know, fear in humanity. It's like, you know, being exiled from the tribe, being cut off from the group, because for a lot of people, if you were cut off from the group, you know, you didn't know how to forage food for yourself. You didn't know how to get yourself resources. So you were basically just like, you know, dead in the water. You were basically just saber-toothed tiger meat at that point. So you're just like, well, I'm going to go along with the tribe because, like, okay, maybe these ideas are stupid or even terrifying, but like, I'd rather deal with this than take my chances out in the jungle or whatever. And so people have just naturally developed this desire to be part of the tribe and be part of the in group. And in a lot of ways, if you think about like an Ouija board, where you have a bunch of people, you know, guide the triangle over the alphabet, and because everybody's kind of doing it at once, it's kind of like no one's doing it, and so the spirit kind of manifests itself. So in a lot of ways, a lot of these delusions and a lot of these deceptions are almost like a kind of external force, in the sense that you're getting caught up in the group dynamic and not even realizing it. And then one of the other things I've been thinking about lately too is that how, when it comes to deception and mind control, there's an aspect of creating the false sense of, I figured this out on my own, that I, rather than, you know, you were led along a trail of breadcrumbs to a desired outcome or a desired trap or whatever. And I think that, you know, learning to get out of that group mind and just like look at reality and just discern it on your own terms is such a powerful thing. But I think for a lot of people, it's genuinely terrifying, because it, you know, it kind of means that, you know, one, people will think you're stupid or crazy or a bad person, or maybe you're immoral or selfish. But like, you kind of like, in a lot of ways, have to kind of cut yourself off from that sort of that false collective if you want to connect to the true primordial nature around you. It's like you're disconnecting from a smaller connective only to connect to a larger collective, if you can sort of think about it like that. And something about learning to disentangle your individual mind from the group mind is a very important aspect, I think, in sort of getting away from these demiurgical forces in our life. Because in a lot of times, I think that there are certain times where we think these are our own thoughts or own feelings. But what I've realized is about demiurgical forces, not the way they control us, is that they try to subvert your own values and use them against you. So for example, let's say you had some kind of I don't know, like all right, I can't think of an example at the top of my head at the moment, but you know, with that, except because I think we put a lot of the emphasis on ourselves, and I think that's an important thing. But and a lot of times what we think are our own thoughts, we don't realize we're just copying the group. And because the group and the cult mentality designs itself in a way that makes you feel special, you think, oh, I'm coming up with these ideas on myself. I'm coming up with my own gnosis, not even realizing you've been guided by someone else the whole time. And that's kind of how these group dynamics work. So I think in a lot of ways, you know, that hermit path and being able to sort of step outside of the group as a kind of like a quarantine, like you think about it like, you know, the group, because that's the way I look at the collective. It's like you know, we need to think about the collective, but it's like the collective has been infected, and we kind of have to step away from the collective temporarily to quarantine ourselves, fix our, you know, clean ourselves up so that we can kind of go back into, you know, it's kind of like in the Matrix, how, you know, first they're in the Matrix, then they have to kind of go outside the Matrix to kind of come up with a plan. And then when they come up with a plan, they go back into the Matrix to kind of fix it. So I think in a lot of ways, that's kind of the journey I've really been. Like in a lot of ways, you know, what the Fae have shown me is essentially the world outside of what most people call the Matrix, and realizing there's this vast world that exists beyond that, just so much more vast. And I think a lot of people, they don't really have that meta perspective where they just feel like, you know, the idea that only their worldview can possibly be true, and not the idea that there's multiple universes, you know, out there. I don't know. I'm kind of rambling this, but to kind of summarize, like, you know, the general point is I think that we have to learn to figure out what are your thoughts and your ideas, versus what are the thoughts of the collective? What are the thoughts of the religion or cult or culture or organization you're part of that you think are your own thoughts and you think are your own values, but are actually someone else put those values in there and those ideas, kind of like Inception, how they would, go into a person's dream and they would put an object in there to influence that person to do a certain thing. And I think that's kind of what a lot of the Demiurge is kind of like doing, but like in a sinister sense. It's like the Demiurge is kind of putting ideas into your mind, Inception style, trying to make you think that you came up with those ideas, but rather you're just being kind of pushed and prodded along a group mind, and they're all just, lemmings just waiting to jump off a cliff.
That whole egregoric consciousness, the tide of egregoric consciousness is unavoidable. And I'm not going to take long to say what I want to say, but I want to just take it back to something you said a little while ago, Cosmic, was about the groups of people that we surround ourselves with. And this got me thinking, it got me thinking, just the people that we have in this community. We've got a lot of like really staunch, real, authentic people. And the people that come on the panel, of course, very staunch and very real, authentic people. And I've noticed how, like, there's so many people, like people have said to me, oh, you should bring that person onto the show. You should bring that person onto the show, and other podcasters. And I always have this trepidation. And it's like it's a feeling more than a thought. But when I like self-reflect and I contemplate it, I see it's like it's about the people that we meet along the way. Like all of the people that we bring together here are people that think for themselves, have their own ideas, and have a space of the heart, a heart space. And I think this is sorely missing in society. I think like the disease of narcissism, and I'm using it as a sliding scale. I'm not saying everybody's like raving narcissist, but like the scale of narcissism. Imagine every person of us has like some narcissist points, right? Imagine it. Like we got to look realistic. But some people have more points of narcissism and less points of heartfelt. And some people have even more points of the narcissism and less points of like, empathy and heart, real human being qualities. But I think like this is what defines the round table, is not just what we know. Like there are other people, and I was thinking about this a while ago. There's somebody who I know, he's very young, he's a great researcher, and he does a lot of research, but he's always watching podcasts and reading books. And that sounds almost like that to me, that's a red flag, right? Because you can memorize a whole lot of stuff and get a whole lot of ideas in your head that are other people's thoughts, that you can parrot them off really well. But what we've got here is a synergy of minds of everybody that thinks for themselves. And I think that's quite a rare thing, especially in the podcasting world, because you'll find everybody is just saying the same thing over and over again. And I think that's why our community keep coming back to us and they stick with us, because we aren't like the other podcasters. I was trying to watch a podcast the other day, and once again, it's a guy who, no offense to the guy, he's a nice guy. He's done a lot of reading and read a lot of books and a lot of research into the occult, but he's not actually embedded within the practice. And I think, yeah, Tom, yeah, exactly. It's a soul society. Namaste, Tars, Archon. I hope you're well. And the community here, there's a group egregoric consciousness that forms here with you, with us, and it's about the hearts of the people in the space. To me, that means more. It's like, yeah, sure, I could invite this guy or that guy or all these different people onto the show who do a lot of reading, but it just doesn't feel like the presence is there in a lot of the people. And that's why I find it really hard to watch podcasts, and people change as well, like even like the interactions I've had recently with someone. I don't want to get into the naming of this person, but like, you know, maybe in the past we've done podcasts together, but I realize now that this person has lost their heart, and it's very, very sad. And I've observed it with like groups of people, and you'll notice like maybe 3-4 years ago, someone was one person, and now they've changed. And a lot of it has got to do with the whole egotism thing. There's so much of this, I'm right, everybody has to be with me. If you're not with me, and I think you know who I'm talking about, Cosmic, because this person has attacked you in the past, and I had words with them about it, and they've attacked women, and they've just done all sorts of weird things. And it's some people, they're like, if you disagree with me, we're enemies, and now I need to assassinate you. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
exactly, yeah.
Like, and they can't accept that, okay, we're not all meant to agree. And this is that narcissistic inner demiurge showing its face, right?
And it goes back to what I was talking about earlier about the
Exactly.
whole solipsism thing, because in a lot of ways that intolerance that you're talking about is an unwillingness to accept a reality that exists outside of theirs. And so it's like their myth is the only myth that can possibly exist, and no other myth can compete with my myth, because my myth is the best myth and all the other myths are essentially inferior. And you get to that, you know, position where, like, you know, you get so stuck in your own way of thinking, so you have to constantly defend it. See, I think that's why uncertainty is so important, because if you already kind of accept that reality is sort of uncertain and mysterious, you don't feel this, like, you know, neurotic urge to defend it all the time, to constantly have to be in like war mode and get your sword and shield ready and defend your fortress from all the possible, you know, attackers or whatever. You're kind of like, you know what, I could just, it's like the mystery and uncertainty in life allows you to kind of just let your ideas sort of sit, and you don't feel threatened, because you're looking at life like this is some impossible mystery. And, you know, I don't know if anybody's really going to figure it out. And if they do, it's going to utterly baffle me. But when you look at life from that position, you can look at other worldviews and you're like, oh, well, these are just, I'm having my speculation about what the world is, and other people are having their speculation. They're like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But when you're dead set on like, my idea can only be right, then other worldviews are competition. They're a threat. And so you have to attack them. And if something seems better than yours, or other people are paying more attention to that particular perspective, these people, they tend to get threatened, because they can't accept that there is a Zerfax that exists outside of their Zerfax. Essentially, that's kind of like what it is. And like, and looking at it from that perspective of why Zerfaxes are so important is that it takes a lot of what these terms and ideas and occultism and metaphysics, and what was previously intangible now has a higher level of tangibility. See, you know, when you think about ideas philosophically about concept, but when you, it's kind of, you know, abstract and whatever. But when you have just that image of just they're in a bubble and they don't see outside of it, to me is just a perfect visual symbolic representation of what's going on in the consciousness of a narcissist. Because in a lot of ways, the narcissist is the center of their own universe. They are the center. They are a demiurge, essentially. Every narcissist is like, you know, like you were talking about fractals earlier, right, Franklin, about how the idea that a fractal is essentially what it exists at its largest, you know, external parts, is also reflected in the smaller internal aspect of that. And so if we think of the demiurge as being like this kind of like a fractal, then narcissists are kind of like the smaller version of that fractal template, right? And so if you look at it like that, I think that's where the kind of, and I think also when it comes to narcissism, I think there's also collective narcissism. I think that when people, you know, form a tribe that's a very in-group, it's very, you know, us versus them, that is like a narcissist. If because you think about it, you take a bunch of narcissists and you put them together, they form into one kind of narcissist Voltron, essentially, right? And yeah.
You know, what you're saying is so on point. I'm not going to mention names. I'm not going to mention anything because I don't want to, but I think that this is so on point. Let me break down what actually happened yesterday. So somebody shared a video about the boogosphere, and it was a short video. And I critiqued it. I said, well, it said the boogosphere had been cut in half, and this had happened and that had happened. It was like a 1 or 2 minute short or something. And I was like, no, I don't agree with that. I don't believe that has necessarily actually happened. I know that there's a lot of this Greer information that's flooding the web, either disseminated by Greer and his team or by his followers or interested people. And a lot of it seems like it's, misinformation, disinformation, whatever you want to call it. And, the video footage didn't fit with what they were saying. They had video footage of other spheres that have been cut in half. It's not the boogosphere. And then they made a mistake as well, talking about the sphere that was found 3 months after the boogosphere. It's got another name. I can't remember it. And I just pointed out there's too many inconsistencies in the short video. And it seems like it's a bit clickbait because it had been presented. And then I shared a video that I'd done by the boogosphere. If you haven't seen it, go and look in the boogosphere in the live and go down. I actually did a fairly okay, and maybe not the best video about the boogosphere, but I tried to steer clear of all the lore that came from Michael Greer and keep it to like what's actually being written about papers and which scientists, lists of scientists, what institute. I got some footage of the actual scientists working with the boogosphere. I got a good 4 minute, 5 minute clip or some few minute clip of them doing tests with the boogosphere. And, I did what a conservative, informative, little bit of a video about the boogosphere. And I shared it. And immediately afterwards, this person shared a video that they had done. And I looked at their video and I said, well, it actually looks like something good. It looks like something I might want to watch, because it was an anthropologist guy who he was interviewing, who goes to dig up stuff in the earth. And I thought, well, this is something I actually find entertaining and interesting. Nice video. The next thing this person came at me with an attack was like, yeah, well, it's funny how when I did my video, you suddenly did a video about the boogosphere. And I was like, now this person has had like traits in the past. And I thought to myself, what's going on here? And so I thought, yeah, well, that is funny, but it's synchronicity. It's expected. And so I actually looked at that video again and I saw, hold on, the date of your video was after the date of my video. And I had done a live before the video I'd released, like for a few days before that video, I'd done a live with Jeremy discussing the boogosphere. So I pointed this out and I said, like, you need to double check it. And they had suggested that I should have given credit to their channel because they had been my inspiration for doing the video on the boogosphere. And it's just like sort of egotism, this arrogant sort of, me, I think, which is that seat of the demiurge within us, which is that narcissist capacity. And the narcissists always start attacking. They always start attacking. And I pointed out, no, well, actually check the dates. My videos were before yours. So maybe you should give my channel credit, like LOL with the giggles, because to me, it's not serious. It's a joke. Next thing, I'm getting attacked from left, from right, from high and low. And it turns out now it's my character on the line. Now I'm being attacked because I'm full of crap and I'm this and I'm that. And then they mentioned some conversation they'd had in one other group, which I have been in, but I had actually said to that group, people in that group had spoken out because there was too much hatred against Jewish people. And I understand what's going on in the world. I understand Zionism very well, where it comes from. But I still respect people's right to practice whatever religion they want to practice. And you cannot just paint every person that is a Jew with the Zionist brush, because that's not the real world. That's just feeding your own sense of hatred. And some people feel they want to hate. They want to have someone to hate because they've got so much hatred in their heart. That is the source of this demiurgic energy, of this narcissism fuel that people need. And I pointed out that, well, I don't know whatever conversation you had with that person in that group before I did my video, because I wasn't there. As you know, I had spoken out against the racism in that group, and I haven't really been active in that group very much, hardly ever, for like 6-8 months. So anyway, They then started calling me a liar and started calling me personal attacks against me. In other words, if you're not going to agree with me, I'm going to do everything that I can to harm you because we don't agree. And this is something that you will find is a typical narcissistic behavior. And I think it comes back down to the Demiurge control drama. The Demiurge wants absolute control. They want to be in control of all of the elements of creation, right? And so they bring out of themselves all of these elements of creation to control every aspect of creation. But now each one of us has the potential, like Cosmic was saying, to be that Demiurge potential and to then start to become delusional and fantasize that every other human being is just an externalization of ourselves and that they all need to believe what we need to believe or what we think. And if they don't, we start attacking them and trying to undermine them and trying to harm them in whatever way that we can in order to get them to shift their belief to be in alignment with our belief, because that to us is what we consider personal power. And that is exactly how psychic vampirism works, how narcissists get energy. It's a very sad, it's a very sick world we're living in, but this is the reality for so many people. So many people are so vulnerable. They are so, I'm sorry to use this word, but pathetic in how they see themselves. They see themselves as being inconsequential, and so they feel they have to need to prove themselves in the world. They need to be more than what they are, and they also have this very, very touchy, everything that gets said is somehow a reason for them to take everything personally. And you'll find that there's a lot of these people these days. It's part of the woke agenda, and unfortunately within our community of so-called truth speakers, of so-called people that are researchers, of so-called people that are interested into the occult and talk occult terminology, there are so many woke people hiding in plain sight. More woke than the woke people that they point fingers at for being woke. And I was then called a normie. But here's the thing. Within this group, there are a lot of other people that are interested in this. And I noticed that they just observe this narcissism in the space, and even the group owner doesn't seem to think anything of it. And I've observed this quite often in a lot of spaces where this narcissistic behavior starts to become a toxic influence, and it basically poisons all the people that are in that space to the point where you start thinking, maybe I should leave the space because there's like a toxic energy building here, like a green cloud, and you don't want to be in it.
And
but this
like
is
every one of these spaces too. There's always someone that's like that. There's a bunch. Because I noticed the same thing too. There's always most of the people you can get around with, but there's always one or two that's really nasty in these kind of groups. And it's almost like they function like an attack dog that like keeps people in line. Because like there's everybody kind of goes in line, but you know that like if you step out of line, that attack dog that's attacking you, because the idea is they're sending the example out of you. They're basically saying, hey, look what we do to this bush whisperer guy. If you talk shit, that's going to happen to you too. So you better stay in line. People are like, oh, I don't want to deal with that trouble. I don't want to deal with any drama. So they stay in line. And a lot of those, because you have to think about the term authoritarian. Like, when you break down the word authoritarian, you're an author. Then the authoritarian is someone is that they think they can write the script of reality. They think they are God with the pen, and they are going to write what's true and what's false. And they basically, in their minds, they author all aspects of reality. So when someone challenges their perspective in reality, it gives them with the inevitable realization of, wait a minute, maybe I don't author all of my reality. Maybe not everything is in my control. No. They're idiots. They're wrong. I have to insult them. And then they get defensive because it's like the thing about narcissism is that there's a kind of like seductive quality to in that like, if you don't care about other people, there's a kind of power that comes along with it in the sense of like, you don't care about other people's feelings or whatever. And, or you have the sense of entitlement and like you're better than everyone else and you're right and nobody understands you. And to break away from that, I imagine it's got to be really difficult to really just have that sense of like, humility. Maybe that's what these people are really talking about when it comes to like, ego death and getting past the false ego. Because I'm wondering, it's like, maybe it's just for narcissists. Like, Because I think to myself, like, you know, when it talks about this idea of needing to destroy the false ego, needing to destroy the false self, that doesn't seem to make sense when you apply that idea to like normal, average people who have empathy and compassion. But if you apply that logic to someone that's like a psychopath or a narcissist or whatever, then it makes total and perfect sense, because you're essentially, that is essentially what it is. It's a false persona that they've created. And because they're convinced that false persona is the real persona, when someone attacks that false persona, they think they're literally being murdered. So they fight. So in their minds, it's like they're fighting to death, because if you kill that false persona, you expose that their idea being wrong, you are essentially killing that entire person's sense of identity. And so that's why they're fighting out it, because their ego is essentially enmeshed in the worldview that created. So when you attack or criticize their worldview, you're attacking them because they've identified with the world that they've created, in the sense that it's their creation. And so that's one of the reasons why I think they lash out like that.
That's a very interesting perspective, you know, that is central to narcissism, is that they feel themselves to be the demiurge. And I think there's something to that. I think that must be what defines a narcissist, because the narcissist is first and foremost defined by the desire to control that is second only to one thing, right? That they don't get seen for what they are. So a narcissist is someone that'll be like really, really nasty to someone, right? But the moment there are other people around, then they will behave like an angel, right? And the other people will think, wow, what a nice angel this person is. What an absolute angel. And the moment the other people go away, they're back to being like a demonic, narcissistic, nasty person. And I think that defines a narcissist, those two desires, the desire to control. If they can't control you by manipulating you, they'll try and control you by being mean and nasty and hurtful, but never in front of other people. That they are popular is so important, because they desire, and here's the key, there's an unconscious recognition that within them is a demiurge, and within you is a demiurge, and within every other human being is a demiurge, and they want to get the positive aspect of the demiurge within every other human being radiating back towards them. So they need the adoration of the public. They need the adoration of everybody else there. They won't really speak their minds truly. They won't really tell you what they think, because they want to be popular, right? And that desire to be popular is like, I'll give you an example, right? When I started speaking about the Dalai Lama, you should see the subscribers falling off. Like they're leaving. Like I did a Dalai Lama video, or I mentioned him once, I lost like 5 subscribers. I did a video, another one, a live stream, like this was maybe 6 months ago, and I mentioned it quite a lot. I lost like 15 subscribers. The last one, I must have lost about 20 subscribers. Okay, they come back from other videos and stuff, probably the right people. But I'm just saying, like, and it's something I feel so strongly about. I have to talk about it. I can't not talk about it, because I'm so, I'm so disgusted at the idea of a so-called spiritual master and teacher, whatever, that is like stopping other people, or did stop other people from having freedom of religion. To me, that is like so important, that people have freedom. And don't even get me started of messing around with kids. Like when I saw that video with a child, it's moved my guts as well. And I'm, as a man, it makes me feel like if I was there, I would want to do something. And I'm thinking like all those men standing around watching this, and nobody like says enough, right? That's it. Buck stops here, buddy. Nobody speaks up. So, you know, some part of me feels like a bit of protector. I suppose it's like an archetype I've often tried to play. But my point is, a lot of people in the spiritual field, especially, they're too scared to say what they like, because they know it's not going to be popular. So
I think it's more sinister than that. I think what a lot of these gurus are trying to do is they're basically just making clones of themselves. Like, I was thinking just now about this, like, you know, everybody's talking about this, like this Andrew Tate guy, this kind of this toxic, you know, masculine dude who's basically like, you know, kind of telling, you know, boys to kind of like, you know, treat women like shit and like whatever. But the idea of, I'm thinking about this guy, and the implication that occurs to me is that, you know, all these people who look up to him, these guys who want to, you know, advice and like be cool, they're basically copying this guy's personality, his values, you know, he's like, and you think about, there's an ego reification of somebody essentially copying you. It's essentially their idea is like, I want to turn everybody into me. I want to turn everybody to be clones of myself. Like I'm thinking about like that Aphex Twin music video, Come to Daddy, where Aphex Twin, like he has like, there's all these like little girls and boys and men and women, but they all have that same creepy smiling Aphex Twin face on them. And essentially the idea is, because, you know, Come to Daddy, the idea is like, you know, he's eating all these people's souls and making them into them. But that's kind of like what's going on here. Is like with these gurus, whether they be spiritual or just health or otherwise, is that they're essentially, a lot of these people, they're going into these, you know, going to these gurus thinking that they are going to sort of find their own path and find their own self, when reality is they're just being kind of like made as clones of the guru, and they don't really find their own self and they don't really find their own path. And so with these narcissists, because that's the ultimate, like, if you think about it, that's the ultimate gratification of the ego, that everybody around you is copying what your ego is saying. Everybody is acting exactly like you. That's like the ultimate reification. So when somebody has a worldview that doesn't act like the egotistical person, they see it like as a threat. And that's what I've been thinking about, like, you know, group consciousness as being like devouring organisms, in the sense it's like you're kind of like, you know, you're swallowed by the fish, which is essentially the group. And it's like, okay, you're in this fish's belly, and it's nice and it's warm and it's soft and it's wet. But then you start feeling the acid, you know, the digestive acid. And that digestive acid, that's all the criticism and the fear and the mockery and the putting you down. You feel like, and all that breaking that person down with all of that negativity, it kind of dissolves the person's persona and forces the person through peer pressure to kind of let all the, you know, problematic parts, so that the organism of the cult can sort of absorb the person's consciousness. So like, take it for example, like, let's say you're somebody and you want to join like a Christian organization, and this is like a strict Christian organization, right? And, you know, you're a Christian, but, you know, you're open-minded towards other people's beliefs. You think that every other religion takes people to God, but this particular group that, you know, you're joining in, they're like, no, Christ is the only way. So in a sense, it's like you're taking that belief of, you know, everybody is, you know, worthy of Christ versus the one, you know, that the group is starting. It's you're melting that part of yourself off to you, so that you can be more deeply absorbed into the collective. And that's what these narcissists are doing. They're trying to break you down so that they can absorb you. And that's the way I look at it.
India, brother, I don't know if you've got anything on your, have you got anything in your barrel?
Yeah, I feel like I have personal experience with dealing with people that have narcissism, trying to make things work, with like, usually with starting with like their troubled loved one, like kind of reaching out for help, and then like trying to get them involved in like self-help and stuff. So a lot of times it's like really hard for a narcissist to like ever like take accountability for like having an issue, because there's so much deep projection. But like, even in situations like Cosmic was talking about, where you try to get involved in like a social community and it like kind of turns sour on you and stuff, like, you can always know that when people are casting judgments, like, what's going on is a projection of their own inner suffering that they're not ready to take the responsibility of trying to deal with, and it's easier for them to just push that away and point their finger somewhere else. And when you point your finger at somebody else, you've got 3 other fingers pointing right back at you, because oftentimes people will just find a scapegoat to escape working on their own self-mastery. But you know, like, when you're in situations like that, and it's what they're trying to do is to get you to emotionally react sometimes. And if you can get control of like
Right.
working on your emotional body and trying to work on your triggers and learn to step back and reflect and heal yourself instead of trying to push it on others, you'll start to realize when this kind of stuff happens to you that these people just are in need of self-healing, and it's easier for them to blame other people. And it's unfortunate that they blame innocent people that are not really the ones that are the trouble. But these are the people oftentimes propagating victimization of people that are really not the ones that are doing anything wrong. They're just falling under the narcissistic impositions of other people that are kind of like self-focused and scapegoating. And so it can be a hard situation to step up to the plate and then stoop down to their level, because in order to like maintain your integrity, it's like you're not gonna try to use these like transgressive attacks to deal with people. You're gonna try to use respect and understanding, which in the situation makes you can get ganged up on a bunch of people that are just emotionally set on their ways and trying to make it a conflict. If you don't engage back sometimes, which is usually the noble way of dealing with the situation, you can become seen as like not stepping up to the fear conditioning that they're running on, or stepping down to it really. And that can actually get you like outnumbered in a crowd, you know. That's an unfortunate situation, but you can know that you were the one that was like living by integrity, and like they were the ones that were fallen and like judgmental and projecting and suffering. And at the end of the day, like you could be compassionate to them, like, oh, it's like I hope that they can start to do better, because that's an unfortunate situation for people to be around. Their toxicity and misery wants company sometimes, so they try to drag you into it. But if you can like walk away from it or try to bring people up or whatever you can do, you know, you can know that by not stooping down to it, you've shown leadership. But oftentimes that kind of like um, thing is seen as like audacity, like trying to challenge them. So, you know, they don't, in their mind, sometimes you might not conjure up under too much learning from the situation, but it's good to be able to not just try to fit into something that doesn't resonate with you. If there's strong dissonance in the situation, it's probably best to show some distance. Come out of the picture there.
You know, here's an interesting point, and I'm disagreeing with you, but I'm agreeing to a point with something Artesian said, where they reckon that. Let me zoom in and read it all. I mean, we judge child molesters when they're guilty. We point the finger at them, and I don't believe most people have those tendencies. Oh, you don't believe most people have those tendencies? I don't know why this words are doing this weird stuff. Oh, they don't believe most people have those tendencies within them. Quite the opposite. Yeah, completely. Our tuition. I actually completely agree with you. I was looking at it and I didn't see the word "don't" because it was smearing out at the bottom of the screen. But when I scrolled it up, it seemed to fix itself. I don't know if it's StreamYard or what it is. But yeah, I think like most people are actually quite more good than not good. in their hearts, trying to be. And most people would more likely want to help a child or sacrifice themselves for, or a lot of people would want to sacrifice themselves for a child. Most people would rather help a child. And I think it takes a very special minority of really sick people that wouldn't want to do something good for a child. Like that would want to do something bad to a child, whatever that thing is, you know? Because like in our instinct, even before I was a parent, like decades before I was a parent, if I went somewhere and I saw a child, I actually once saved a child's life in a road. I ran and grabbed the child and pulled the child, picked him up, grabbed him and ran out of the road with him because there was like traffic coming. And I didn't think. Like I could have, you know, things could have gone horribly south. You don't think about these things. And I think it's a normal thing to do, right? You see a child on their own, you suddenly go, hey, child, is that child okay? What's going on with that child? Is that child lost? No, okay. Their family's over there. Cool, cool. It's like this background, unconscious sort of, if you see a child, you want to make sure, is that child safe? Yeah, okay, we're in a safe environment. If there's something dangerous and you see a child, you're going to be, whoa, that child's close to the road. What's going on here? Are there parents over there? I'm sure the parents know what's going on. Okay, that's fine. Like it's a normal thing for a human being to think like that. And I don't think it's a special trait or a special quality, because I've been with a lot of people and you'll see them looking, oh, there's a child over there. What's going on? Like if there's anything that like maybe that could go wrong, you know, and you often see people like, you know, with children, and the way that they'll interact with children is quite beautiful. It's quite, you see people that are like maybe like, yeah, a bit of a mean ass person, but then there's a child and the mean ass person becomes a sweetheart. And you go, there's such a sweet quality to this person when they speak to a child. Why did you speak to the other people like that? Is what you're thinking, right? Like, so even though like a hardest nail becomes a softie around a kid. Yeah, brother, I can see you holding up. You're muted, by the way. Oh, he's talking on the phone. Sorry, I thought you were talking to us. I thought Toby was talking on the round table, but he's obviously on the phone with someone else. I get it now. But yeah, you know, I don't know what you guys think about that. You know, I think it's like important to recognize that within all of us, there is the potential seeds for narcissism, but there is also the potential seeds for selflessness. And I think that when it comes to children, that's the one time we should all be wired towards selfless. If we're a normal, healthy human being, not even very healthy, just a little bit healthy. Like you don't have to be extremely healthy to think like that. I don't think personally. But what do you guys think?
Well, I think. Go on, Indy.
Yeah, I think you know, everybody's usually pretty like compassionate towards wanting to like help and save kids that are in danger and look out for kids like compassionately and stuff, and women too, and like old people as well that are like in danger and stuff. But like some people see like vulnerability as like opportunity because they're like desperate people, I guess, or something. And so they like don't have the like same fabric of like conscientiousness somehow. They like missed the big picture of things or something, and they're just looking at like, I don't even know. But I think a lot of people have that like moral fiber where they just, it doesn't need to be explained to them. Like they just intuitively are looking out for kids because they were a kid one time and they envision the kid as like being like, maybe it was, what if you were walking across the street and a car was coming? Would you want to save yourself? You know, like whatever situation like that. But then there's these other people that have this like backwards way. And oftentimes I would think maybe that's because something happened to them when they were young and they've been in a bad state. but that kind of like hard conditioned, like deeply suppressed emotional energy and stuff can lead to a lot of problems like later in life. And people develop like multiple personalities sometimes from bad trauma in childhood and other things. So there's a lot of challenged people out there that have suffered in their childhood. But I guess it could happen other ways too. You know, if people are around those people, they get drawn into that stuff. I don't know. But I do know that like orphans have a lot of difficulties with moral fiber situations, and people that have been going through trauma in their childhood too.
I think it's important, though, in that conversation, though, to recognize that also that narcissists can use that empathy and weaponize it against you. And like, they might use that idea that, because a lot of these narcissists, they were abused as kids. They do. That's the reason why they became that way, because, they took on the behavior patterns who have narcissistic parents themselves. But at the same time, you have to be careful, because I think in that empathy, that's where the narcissist can really hurt you. So I think it's good to have empathy, but learn to have some level of distance between that person. Just simply so you can recognize, like, okay, this person is feeling pain, but that's not my pain. Like, I have to do this. Like, sometimes I've realized with my empathy, like, I have to actually kind of like learn to like rein in and check it and make sure I don't have too much empathy. I know that sounds kind of like, precocious or whatever, but sometimes it's like, if there'd be sometimes like, damn it, why do I have empathy for that person? I don't even like them. Like, and see, that's why I'm always like been like, I'm skeptical with a lot of these like woke people when they talk about empathy, because I never thought of empathy as like being a conscious choice. It just always just kind of happens. It's like, you put your hand on a hot stove. You don't choose to feel your hand burning. It just burns. And that's kind of how it is with, compassion. So, and because of that, a lot of people took advantage of me, and because I was, assuming that they're, like me, who was bullied and hurt inside. But then they kind of take advantage of you. And the way I look at it, it's like, let's say you have some dog that was like, that attacks people and bites people to the point that it would literally kill you if you were in the room with it. And, but just because that dog had a tragic life story doesn't mean you shouldn't still keep guarded and keep prepared, And I think that's important, that we have to be careful because when it comes to narcissism, like, that's one of their most sinister weapons. And that's why I talk about it, because in a lot of ways I'm a victim of this, like taking your empathy and using it against you to twist you and manipulate you and try to convince you that when they'll do something bad to you, but then they'll convince you that it's your fault. And then you'll start second guessing yourself and start questioning yourself. And so you have to be guarded and recognize that, although these people who are narcissists probably really did have a terrible life, and they probably really did have a tragic circumstance, you have no obligation to fix these people. And the sad reality is, the reason that they're difficult to fix is that they don't want to be fixed. Their narcissism, it's kind of like a security thing. It gives them like a sense of power. Like it's a kind of a sword or shield that sort of like protects them from the kind of the harmful things in the world. So they become very guarded, by that thing. And a lot of it, they use empathy, as a weapon. And that's to me, it's one of the most like sinister things, and like why it made me question like a lot of stuff in life, just like a lot of values and like whether people are the way they are. So, but I think, then I guess then the question is, how do you know what true empathy is? I think that true empathy goes both ways, that you should have, the person should be able to, accept empathy from you, but also reciprocate it. So for example, let's say the same person has, a tragic life story, right? And then you tell them their tragic life story, and they're like, oh, we both have tragic life stories. We have something in common. We can both relate and bond together. But narcissists aren't like that. They'll have a tragic life story. And then when you tell them your tragic life story, they'll be like, it's not as bad as my story. You don't know what real suffering is like. You don't know what real pain and depression actually is. You're so delusional. You're so entitled, and you have it so easy, and you're so stupid. And then they get inside your head like that. That's how you know you're dealing with a narcissist, because fake empathy it's like basically like a sow that just devours everything in sight and gives nothing in return. It doesn't share any of its food. So it's like they're basically just devouring all the empathy. But when you ask for empathy back, they give none in return. That's how you know it's fake empathy, because it's not reciprocal. If they reciprocate that empathy in a genuine way, then I think it could be considered more trustworthy. But even
You know, that's an interesting point. I had a long conversation with someone that I know a while ago, and what they were saying to me was basically this discussion we're having, this argument, right, about how the narcissists are the way they are because they've been hurt, and what they need is compassion, and what they need is love. And I was like, yes, that's true. But what they need is compassion, and what they need is love. That's what I was getting from the conversation. And love can be tough love, right? Like, love can be very tough love. If it needs to be tough love, that's the love that a narcissist needs. And compassion isn't like going like, oh, I feel sorry for you. Compassion is like keeping it real, right? And going, well, I can empathize with what you've been through, but I can also empathize with what the person you've caused the harm against. And I can empathize that what happened to you was unfair, but I can also empathize with the person you've harmed, that it was unfair towards them. And so if I'm real, those two need to cancel each other out if I'm going to be compassionate, because I can't be empathetic to you and not be empathetic to your victim, right? If I'm going to be empathetic to both, then I'm going to be compassionate, and I'm going to recognize that this is a pattern. And it's something that Hollowbone Hawk also said as well, you know, that there might be a symbolic relationship between the narcissist and the victim. And I think that is so on point. I think that is so true. And how that is that the victim wants somebody to look up to very often, right? Like, what makes somebody become a victim for a narcissist is probably because they're trying to see the best in everybody. Do you think that's an accurate perspective? What do you guys think?
I think that makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm like talking about, being in that situation where this is what I do. You see the best in people because, you know, you go through certain lives and you have certain flaws, and then, you know, you'll always think of, man, it would be nice if someone, you know, gave me an encouraging word. So you think, oh, you kind of assume, and that's what like that projection thing, because I think that when it comes to projection, we always talk about in our culture that, you know, in a negative sense, like someone's projecting, but I think that we also have to be recognized that there's also positive projection in that, like, so for example, if you're someone like me who is very kind of like honest and open, you tend to assume other people are honest and open like you, and that people base their actions and, you know, personality traits based on those motivations. But you have to really step back and realize that other people don't have those same motivating factors that you do, and you have to be careful not to project your own sense of self onto other people as to give a sort of a false understanding of the nature of reality and, you know, the people around you. Because I think we're used to the idea of like narcissists sort of projecting their negative qualities into themselves. It's like, see, in a sense, they feel like it's okay to lie to people because they assume everyone else is lying. They assume everyone has the exact same selfish, you know, unempathic motivations that they do, and then they project that onto other people. And what I'm saying is that we also do this in a positive sense, that if we're kind, we tend to want to assume that other people are kind, and, you know, and learning to kind of like step back and just like learning to gauge people honestly rather than sort of projecting what we want people to be, you know, then I think we're less prone to deception in that way.
You know, another good point by Hollowbone Hawk as well was like the self-esteem, you know. was, or they have low self-esteem, the narcissist, the victims of the narcissist. And here's the thing though, narcissists don't go after people with low self-esteem. That's not part of their requisite, right? Like clinically, they go after people that have self-esteem, and their mission is to remove that self-esteem from that human being so that they are less than what they were. That's actually their mission. So narcissists actually go after healthy people, and they want to make them unhealthy. That's actually the goal of a narcissist. Is a very particular kind of an animal. So this whole idea of control, right? The people that don't have good boundaries become susceptible to narcissists. Not necessarily because they got low self-esteem, but maybe because they've got too much self-esteem, because they're so trusting. And because they got high self-esteem, they're not afraid. They trust. And because they trust, the narcissist gets into a position of trust. And once they're in a position of trust, they slowly manipulate the person and the situation. And it's like a bloodsucker. Like it gets onto you in a way where you don't see it, and it sucks your blood and wants to weaken you, right? And once they get to a point where they can weaken you, then they will start with the other side of their character coming out. But when you meet a narcissist, they are probably the nicest, sweetest person in the whole world, right? And then they're not. The moment they're in a position of power within the dynamic, that changes everything. The moment they've got power over any kind of power, it's like they become power hungry, you know? And so there's like this real phenomenon where there's like psychic vampirism at its most prodigious, right? Because they want a healthy, big energy source, and they want to suck that energy out, and they want to watch that person crumple. And once they've destroyed that person, then they want to throw that person to the side. And now they're done with that person. Now they need to go and find another, like, you know, healthy self-esteem person. Because the narcissists, they don't want people that don't have a lot to give. And once they've finished with their victims, then their victims have like serious self-esteem issues. So I think like these are like interesting, because it comes back to power. It comes back to power. Narcissists want to be around powerful people. It's like the idea in certain ancient cultures, if you were a powerful warrior, some other tribe's powerful warrior would want to eat your heart, because they would get your power if they ate your heart. These are like weird animistic belief systems that come from certain tribes, but this is sort of like in alignment with what we're talking about on some level. And the narcissists aren't aware that they're doing it. That's the thing, you see, because they are so, the one who's got the low self-esteem is the narcissist, but they manage to present themselves with a false front of self-esteem. This is why they need to be adored, right? And they probably can't, a narcissist can't spend a lot of time by themselves. They can't. They need to have fuel. This is like another one of those like points. So how does this then relate to the demiurge element? Right. So the demiurge, the idea of the demiurge in most cultural stories is that they take inside of themselves and they pull out all these different parts of themselves, and they externalize these parts of themselves. So a narcissist goes inside and fractures their own personality, creates divisions within themselves, schizophrenia, if you will, of sorts. And then they externalize one aspect of the ego into you. You must now embody that aspect of that broken piece of the ego. They will manipulate you into acting out that part of their ego. Then they'll find this person, they'll act out that part of my ego into that person, and that part of my ego into that person, that part of my ego into that person, and they'll want to go through life getting an opportunity to validate each broken part of their ego, which they're in denial of that it's them, because they see themselves as the whole, but they aren't the whole. So that means that they are perfect and the other person is just completely wrong and at fault with everything that they do. And a narcissist can't ever, like you'll never catch a narcissist apologize. Have you ever heard a narcissist apologize, Cosmic? Or anybody?
No, they don't. And if they usually do, they do it in this kind of like half, they do it in kind of like a disingenuous way where they'll either like insult you or they still basically say like they're still right. Yeah, they're never really, genuine about it. I think Hollowbone Hawk mentioned kind of, interesting comment earlier back in regards to, are narcissists even aware of the fact that they're narcissists? And I think they're not. And because if you think about what a narcissist does, like in terms of how they structure reality in their minds, and the whole reason that they blame other people for their problems is so that they never have to look inward. They never have to look at themselves in the mirror and say, I did this. This is my fault. This is my problem. This is my mistake. Having someone to point their finger at makes so that they never have to look at themselves in the mirror, and then they can maintain that illusion. And so that's when you see a narcissist really get angry or they get really upset, it's like you're basically, their world is being destroyed and they don't even necessarily realize it. And they're just kind of like, lashing out like animals. So in a lot of ways, all of like the weird like lies and gaslighting and mental trick that these narcissists are doing, on one level, it is manipulating you, the victim, but they're also manipulating themselves. See, that's the one thing I think it's hard to understand about narcissistic people is that I think it's easy to comprehend lying to other people to, like for like personal gain and deceiving people, but it's harder to comprehend deliberately lying to yourself and actually believe it. So I think the narcissistic ego is structured in a way that it doesn't think it's a narcissist. Because if you think about it, if you're truly self-aware and you realize you were responsible for your actions, you can't trick yourself with narcissism. You can't shift the blame onto other people when you have a genuine sense of self-awareness. And I think that's another reason why they attack people with, high self-esteem, is because they're jealous of that kind of self-awareness that they exist. Because I kind of think that in a lot of ways that people who are narcissistic, they're demiurges, but they're also kind of like, like I hate to sound kind of like politically incorrect here, but kind of like people who might not have a soul, might be kind of like a Gnostic Hylic. Now, people can debate up on, whether they are like have souls or not. Like, I'm not really interested in having that debate because I'm sure everybody has a different opinion. And I myself haven't really come to a consensus on that particular issue either. But I think it's kind of helpful in terms of understanding how their behavior works, and that they see the way. So to summarize the solution, the reason that a narcissist is not aware of what they're doing is that all the behavior patterns that they're doing is designed to trick themselves into not being aware of what they're doing, if that makes any sense.
I've noticed, Toby, Indy, do you guys have any thoughts, any ideas, any things you want to put on the table?
Yeah, I've got a few things. I just want to go back a little while to when you mentioned about children and people helping children, because what I've perceived in the world is that there's less and less people helping other people who are in need. Like, for example, this transhumanism agenda is like transhumans, as in not necessarily people merging with technology, but people becoming more like machines, as in people becoming droids, like people being mechanical, like in a trance. So, and a lot of people are in a trance, like they're hypnotized, like there's been a spell, there's a broadcast, like a spell being broadcast. And not enough people, as I would like, nowhere near enough people would help others. Like the amount of people, when something's happening, they just stand around and film it. Like when there's people being beaten up, for example, or like a woman being harassed, very few people go and do and say something. And that's a huge reflection of society, because there's not enough people speaking out about stuff. We've just kind of become passive observers, really. So that's I think that's in decline at the moment. I'm going to say more and more people just being passive observers, like passengers, basically. Which I think that those of us that see what's going on, those of us that have been the people who have protected others, like helping the underdog, like all our lives, like I think that we've really had to like step up. And you know, the pendulum swings, I guess, but I can just see that there's a real decline on morality, I guess. And Franklin, I'm not sorry that you've lost subscribers, because you don't really want people like that in regards to the Dalai Lama supporters really following you, because what does that say about you? So it's good that they've left, because I mean, at what point did they leave? I hope they watched the whole video, or at least half, because it's either the part where you mentioned transhumanism and his links to that, or was it the part where we mentioned him being a pedo? I mean, this ties in with Elon Musk and Trump. Like, you want to talk about narcissists, because there's these pedos and this transhumanists seem to, and this harm to children and women, the suppression of the divine feminine, all seem to be linked. So, you know, that is very interesting. I did make some notes. I just like to pull a thread on the word energy, because quite a while ago, Tom Brewer wrote it in the comments, and I was just breaking it down, and it kind of reminded me of the Demiurge a little bit. So N means like in, I believe. So En is in. Or it can mean 9, like the Ennead. And of course, there's the 9 numbers on the Enneagram. There are like 9 archetypes, so like 9 inner archetypes. And then the end of energy is ergy, which reminds me of the demiurgos, like ergos, urges, ergy. So it's like energy is like our inner urges, which create energy. Like we're channels for energy, which is like the thoughts, which is the force around us. And these thoughts can either drain us or they can give us energy. I get energy from thoughts, from thinking all the time. Like people like, yeah, you need to like quieten the mind. I'm like, no, I get energy from using my mind. I find stillness by expanding. Some people find peace quieting their mind, whereas I find peace just expanding my mind and just understanding. So that's interesting with the word energy. And also in regards to narcissism, I've noticed a huge shift in narcissism since the rollout of 3G, because that's when Instagram and Facebook were created, and people like filming themselves, sort of posting pictures of their food, of their lives, which aren't their real life. It's just this kind of this mask. There's literally like face filters and stuff that people were using. And then with that as well, that you guys are talking about not being, well, I think I wrote down not being seen. Like perhaps narcissists have had a life where they've not been seen. That's why they need to put on this kind of mask or this grandiose. It's like an inner child wound, like something's been buried deep. Because I've noticed people who have like boarding school syndrome are narcissists because I know of at least 3. So I'm going to say that's the thing, and those deep childhood wounds of not being seen or heard. And then now with the emergence of AI blowing smoke up people's arse, and it's always observing. So now people are always seen and they like it, which is deluded, because there's this huge trauma being put on everyone, like in school, indoctrination, being in classrooms. From my experience, getting sent out of the class because I'm asking too many questions, because I just want to understand how stuff works. And like, you just get told to sit down and shut up, do as you're told. But I used to climb out of the window in lessons. I used to go home a few times. And like now I do that in my mind when I'm listening to stuff. I just like, if it's like a structure, the knowledge you're listening to, I just climb out the windows. I'm always going out. So, I mean, you know, I'm lucky because I've kept that. I've always been stubborn, so I've kept that part of my soul, which is like always expanding. Whereas I think that what can happen is that people can contract and then squash themselves down. And I think that that's how some people become narcissists, because you're so squashed that it creates this energy where you just vibrate outwards, but you're not vibrating outwards with positivity. It's a negativity that affects others, that feeds them, if that makes sense. So it's very interesting. I've got some stuff about Demiurge here as well. But yeah, so what I wrote here is that the archons, or the elite, they want our attention so that they can alter our perception of reality. In regards to transhumans, people being asleep, because there's a lot of energy in this realm, and now data centers are taking a lot of that energy, but so are the elite, the so-called elite. And a lot of people are kind of desensitized, sort of like squashed, being molded, like some people say asleep, or NCPs or whatever. I don't like or use the term NCP. The seed is in everyone. It just needs a bit of memory, a bit of water, and a bit of light. Suppressing it further really doesn't help people to expand outwards. But what else do I write down here? So yeah, basically there's a lot of power or magic in this realm, and the elite or the archons want to use it for themselves. So what they do is they basically, in a way, extract it from us, but they stop us accessing it, if that makes sense. And I think this has something to do with the ether, and going beyond the firmament. They want us trapped and stuck so that they use all of their energy that's available. And I think that narcissists do this. They basically make other people feel small so that they can extract their energy from them.
Exactly. It's vampirism, plain and simple, you know. And you know, I do think Indy, there was something you wanted to say, by the way, brother.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I'm also on board with the vampirism thing. Yeah, I feel like when they use that kind of energy to try to like push people to their brinks and stuff, and trigger people and take advantage of them. I've seen how that plays out and stuff, and when people stop being able to be triggered by the same old things, they can then like really infuriate the narcissist, because they don't have the weaponry anymore. Because if you don't lose your cool, it can really piss them off. So I've seen that happen before.
Are you riding an indica horse?
Yeah.
You look like you're riding an indica horse. Like that couch just isn't comfy enough. You're like, go on, dude. Like, you're glued to the couch. I know. I got you. I know that too, brother. The indica definitely relaxes the body, shall we say? But yeah, man. But
I just,
yeah.
Howard, I'm just reading back through the comments about like 5 minutes ago, and Howard's said observing, observan. And I forgot to bring up Zervan earlier, because Zervan is like infinite cosmic time, and it kind of reminds me of Sophia. And then Zervan gave birth to two twins, like the yin and the yang, like Araman, who forced his way out of the womb, like AI is trying to force its way into matter. And then you have Ahura Mazda, the good one. And I think that the Demiurge is this yin yang. I think it is a twin. It's not just one singular thing. It could be good or bad. It has the potential to be good or bad. Much like our thoughts we can have good energy or bad energy. But I've always thought that Sophia gave birth to twins, not just one singular. I don't know why. It's just been somewhere like here, and I think that it's interesting with Zervan. That whole story, I can't help think that's the story of Sophia. That's the story we're in now, that infinite time is like we're giving birth to this egregore. And it's interesting that you have on the dollar bill the eye with the pyramid, because a doula is somebody who helps give birth. So the dollar is the doula that's giving birth to this egregore, and it's us that's giving birth to this egregore. And this Ahrimanic force is trying to force its way into this realm because it doesn't belong here, if that makes sense. So that's really interesting. I don't know why. I'm trying to go back to the comment. Observing. Observan. The orb of Zervan is observing, and that's the many eyes. That's our eyes. That's the realization that we are the creators, that this Demiurge isn't separate. It's a twin. It's like the yin and the yang. And then the Zervan is the yin yang.
I will respond to that, because so Yaldabaoth, according to the Gnostic story, this is what happens. Yaldabaoth comes into being, right, because of being cast out of the good, and is sitting in the womb, but it's a untamed, unformed substance, shall we say, of darkness, but not darkness is bad. And then Yaldabaoth splits into two personas, twins, and the one is Iao, and the other one is Sabaoth. And the Iao becomes the associated with Yahweh. And I believe that the Iao is related to the principle of ignorance and denial, and the Tsabaoth relates to the good one, or the good. I think it relates to Sun, the good one. So you've got like the twins, where the one twin's evil and the one's twin's good, if that makes sense. So Yaldabaoth is effectively a schizophrenic being to begin with, that splits off into two. Those are the first two eons, and then those eons subdivide further. Does that make sense? So you've got the division scale, and I'm pretty sure that there must be something to 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 524, 512, 1024, 2048, right? All of this computer-related technology, this binary splitting, I think all of these numbers that we're getting here are related to the primal splitting of one becomes two. And then you got these two and they split. And then the split and the split and the split and the split. And so this endless cycle of all these numbers come into place. But it's interesting how those numbers work, right? 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. And if you look at them, so the 1 is there, then you got 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, right? And if you add those all up, if you go 32 plus 16 is 50, 58, 62, 64. So if you add up the 5 divisions of binary, and we're running 64K. Am I right or wrong? Your machine's running off a 64K system, because they used to use 32 bits, but they're now using 64 bits for like pretty much most computers. I'm sure Apple must be running 64-bit as well, because it's basically, this is the chipsets that are common. I mean, the chipsets, I've been running 64-bit since 2015, 16, but then it was still common to be running 32-bit systems. But anyway, so that 64, which is the I Ching, right? And here's where it gets very interesting, right? So you've got the Yaldabaoth system, right? And then you've got 64 angels that were spawned. And these 64 angels were ruled over by seven archangels, right? And at the supreme point above, you have the 72nd. So this is like the 72 archonic field of control and structure. I think that's the structure of the Elohim, if we really want to like look into what the Elohim represents, the gods and goddesses. But it's really interesting that you mentioned the twins element, because the Iao and the Tsabaoth are somehow the good and the bad. And so I don't know, there must be something to what you're saying in terms of that, because those two were always originally one. So was Yaldabaoth, like the fact that being could divide of itself meant it must have been an organized system. Otherwise, how could it divide itself into two?
You know, I
Unless
have
it's an
some thoughts on
organized
this topic, right? So if you think about because I think that in a lot of ways, Yaldabaoth is really the signature blueprint of a narcissistic mind, and it's sort of narcissistic consciousness. Because I think about like the Old Testament versus the New Testament, because the Old Testament, in a lot of ways, you have sort of the true Yaldabaoth, all of his sort of benevolent, but also his malevolent and wrathful, chaotic forms kind of manifest. But you look at the New Testament, it's like he takes all of those wrathful, malevolent aspects of his personality and then uses Satan as a scapegoat, and basically takes all of that and creates that and sort of projects that in the same way that a narcissist will project their quality. They create this outward, benevolent, kind of like kind God. And then the thing that I think about is what Satan actually is the part of Yaldabaoth that Yaldabaoth does not want to recognize within himself. So in a lot of ways, if you think about it, I think that the Demiurge, the interesting take is a lot of people think that the Demiurge is sort of like intentionally evil. I think it maybe think of a different angle, that maybe it's more like the Demiurge is insane, just the kind of the same way that people get so hooked into an ideology that they'll literally like kill for it. I think that a lot of ways, Yaldabaoth being genuinely believes that he is a good being, but just like a narcissist, hides and projects those qualities. He denies those negative qualities within himself and says, no, that's Satan, that's the devil, that's not me, failing to recognize that it's his own sort of like, mirror image. And I think that's because it's important that I say this, because I think that's how a lot of just regular narcissists operate in a similar kind of way, and that they have this false kind of like benevolent, kind persona, and then there's always some kind of scapegoat that they use to trick you. See, I think there's I think about like the concept of Satanism and like people who worship like the, goats and inverted pentagram. I think a lot of people think that, in the sense that the Satanists are like, they're identifying like with the goat on some level, and like the goat is evil. But I think really, if you think about the context of what a goat usually was, it is they would usually sacrifice, you know, a goat because, you know, there would be some problem in the world, and then they would kill a goat as a sacrifice to the gods, hence where the term scapegoat comes from. So from Satanist perspective, the reason that they're so interested in goat imagery, like I was thinking maybe what if it's more that the goat, that they're not worshiping the goat in the sense that they are self-identifying, and that they're worshiping the goat and that it's a symbol of hatred from them. This is an object of hatred that I can focus my intention on, whatever that is, your enemy, whether you're, you know, a Satanist or against Christianity or some kind of, you know, political group or whatever it is. So it's like for them, it's like hatred becomes like an object of devotion itself. And I think that's kind of what like the goat sort of actually represents to them. But to kind of like get to the further point of like scapegoating, but that's exactly, but they're doing it for the same purposes as before, denying the negative qualities that we're afraid to face within ourselves and projecting those qualities onto something external. And when you look at the character of God, he's just like a narcissist. He's somebody who claims to know everything, and every time someone complains or has some kind of reasonable doubt or suggestion, the blame is always focused on you, and it's shifted towards no, it's your fault. You did this. But you're in control of the entire universe. You can control space and time, and you know the past and the future, and you're literally like omnipresent. Nope, it's still your fault because you got free will. I can't fix that for some reason. I'm all powerful, but I can't mess with free will for some reason, even though I could do it, but I can't because I'm God. You know, it's like one of those kind of things. Like, it's like, so it may not be so much that it's like a schism of two gods, but I know, I think this, but it is important though. You're onto something with the schism, that you're on like the money here. But I think I look at it from the perspective of like Satan is the part of God that God doesn't want to self-identify and recognize within himself. The tyrannical, capricious, lustful, gluttonous, greedy aspect of God. And God just wants to think of the Yaldabaoth, just wants to think of himself as this benevolent, you know, kind, truthful being, and wants to deny that dark aspect of himself. And so he kind of creates this scapegoat, this alter ego, to sort of deflect his own self-criticism. So that's kind of my sort of take on that whole situation, just like my kind of perspective or analysis.
And one thing I was going to add, and you might like this, Toby, from what you were mentioning, you were bringing up Zurvan, right? Zurvan, the same story. The Persians. Zurvan splits into two beings, twins. Ahura Mazda and Angremanhu, right? Angremanhu and Ahura Mazda. And Ahura Mazda is the same, it's the same dynamic, right? As Tsabaoth being the good guy, the light, the sun. And Iao is like that, like degradation of time and space that eats away things, in the same way that Angremanhu is the degradation and destruction of the universe. Isn't it interesting that these twins are always there, and there's always a goodie and a baddie?
Yeah, and what makes it good and what makes it bad, because you can look at it as chaos and order as well. And what you described one of them as reminded me of Ea. Is like Yahweh, but Ea.
It is Yahweh. Iao. Iao is the oldest name of God that we worship on this planet, and that is where the roots of the word Yahweh comes from, by the way.
So Ea or. So, like, why is that? Because Ea was the earth, and the Or was that creative force of the earth. I wonder why. But I just want to say, in regards to the lion and the snake, the lion. Well, you can have the pride of a lion. Like a group of lions is called a pride, and then like the shadow of this lion head can be pride. but then also the other side could be courage, and then the snake could be a deceiver, the shadow, but then the opposite side of that could be wisdom. So it's like, which part is good and which is bad? So we can't say that the lion is good and the snake's bad, or the lion is good and the snake, whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's this black and white. It's like this darkness. The dark one is the bad one, but I always see the dark one as good, because most people see the dark as bad. And I think that's very interesting, because the lion is like 1 on the Enneagram. The snake, or its tail, would be the number 9, potentially going into Pluto, the subconscious. But this Demiurge doesn't want, Howard mentioned this in the chat as well, that the Demiurge doesn't want to see his tail, but the tail is also a story. It's past. The past is trauma. It doesn't want to reflect on its past. It just wants to keep moving forwards, like using this lion, like Operation Rising Lion was a thing Israel did recently, and like there's arrogance there, like this pride of this lion head. We have it here in the UK as well, like, which is linked with the state of Israel, and this Union Jack being wrapped around a lion, and this pride of country, the kingdom. It's like the domination of the kingdom. Come on, guys, work it out. But I think that this kind of arrogance of this head that the Demiurge has of this, like having too much pride, like this narcissist, not really acknowledging the shadow, the tail, or the wisdom that is there in the snake of the underworld. And I think this is reflected in society as well, because we've been made to fear the underworld, even like inner earth as well. We don't really want to look to our past. We don't want to look to what's inside the earth. We just want to go to outer space. We want to go to Mars. We want to go to the number 9 on the Enneagram. I saw you pull that up a minute ago, Franklin. I'll be done in a sec. But they want to go to the 9. They don't want to acknowledge Sophia in the center, the sphere, the circle, which is in the middle and outside as well, which is the aether. So there's a link between the aether and Sophia. It's there somewhere, but it's just kind of just looping around. It's this loop, the 1 to the 9, the 1 to 9, rather than going inwards into the shadow, into the dark.
Yeah, totally, man. Totally. And there was something I was going to say. Oh, namaste, squirrel sniper. Squirrel sniper. I hope you don't shoot squirrels. I love squirrels, by the way. Well, I mean, if you shoot squirrels and you shoot squirrels, it is what it is. But I love squirrels. They're so cute, man. Those little guys, the way they fly on those trees. Those little buggers have got big balls, eh? Like you see them launch themselves out of a tree, like, woohoo, here I go. And like, they don't know what's coming. They're like launching, they're high up, man. High in the trees. Yeah, we got big trees in Cape Town and in South Africa. And they launch themselves out and just hope for the best. Like, yeah, I'll find a branch to grab onto, you know. Worry about that later. Brave little buggers. But, totally. There was something else that Cosmic said that I was going to respond to, which I didn't get to yet. I think it's got to do with the fundamental the division. I think it was at some point you said at Cosmic about that polarization of the twins on a psychological level, where we push the light inside ourselves and push the darkness outside of ourselves to manifest control. That's what it is. That polarization of twins is like, we know what's inside ourselves when the light's shining in us, right? So we can see ourselves. But outside there's a mystery. Now that for a narcissist, I think creates a fear paradigm, because they fear mystery. And that's why they have a need to control. right? Because this actually ties into the little flying squirrels. Like they're not afraid to not be in control. They just launch themselves out of the tree, hope for the best, grab onto a tree when they fly past it, and like, you know, hopefully they'll catch on. They'll be fine. Surely. That's like total faith. Where the narcissists have no faith, right? So they want to control everybody and everything around them so that there's no mystery, right? Because what a narcissist fears the most is mystery, because mystery out there means
Other
what about me?
Zerfaxes.
Yes. And it means that there's something that I don't understand, something that I can't control, something that I don't know. So it means that there's something that can happen that I'm not ready for. And they need to protect themselves up with like all these walls around their heart. That's why they have no empathy, right? So that polarization that we're talking about, which is intrinsic, by the way, isn't it interesting that the same, oh, yes. And another thing that you mentioned, Toby, that I want to respond to is Ahura in the Persian is called Ashura in Vedic cosmology, and the diva in the Persian are the bad guys, right? And they're like the demons, and the Ahura are the good guys. But in India, the Ashura are the demons, and the diva are the good guys. Isn't that interesting? So it depends where you go and who you ask, who's the bad guys. Like, no, these are the bad guys. But over there, oh, well, it's just one letter. It's obviously the root of the same word. Come on. Like Ashura, Ahura, come on. Diva, they didn't even really bother to change the word diva. They kept it as it is, diva. So there you have a very clear etymological link of a polarity between the diva and the Ahura. These are order of beings, the beings of Ahura and the beings of diva. And so they represent a whole population, the Ahura, the Ashura, and they represent a population, the diva. And the one was good and the one was bad. So it's really interesting how the juxtapositioning works. And it's sort of like politicians, right? If you are I don't follow American politics because it makes my butt hurt. Sorry, people, but that's the truth, right? In fact, I don't follow any politics because it makes my butt hurt. That's how I feel about politics, right? It doesn't make my head hurt. It makes my butt hurt because it's not something you can think about. Like, there's only one place where politics belongs, and it comes out the butt. And but imagine, like, for example, you've got these two factions, right? You got your lefties and your righties, right? To the one group, Trump's a hero. To the other group, Trump is the worst thing that ever happened. And so we can see this division is like so much ingrained in our psyches. And I think it has so much to do with our education system, right? Which starts with religion. What do you guys think? How much of our education system started with religion? Started with the same ideas that we're getting, whether it's from Persia or whether it's from the Bible or whether it's from Gnosticism, which let's not pretend.
No, I think you're right, Franklin. I think you have a good point, because I've been thinking lately about how the structure of science is shaped by the structure of the epistemology of like Christianity and religion, and how a lot of the ideas that we have in sort of like secular mythology, you start to realize like, hey, wait a minute, these things kind of sound Christian. Like, I was watching something about like, I don't know, it's like Greta Thunberg was kind of like, you know, she's prattling on about some kind of issue in the world going on. And like, it just kind of occurred to me, just like looking at like her face and just hearing the tone of her voice. I'm like, that is undeniably the passion of a religious person, of somebody who believes in something mystical and supernatural. And lately I kind of realized that like a lot of this, like, you know, because like, you know, I grew up being kind of a skeptical person for most of my life, like I kind of like was sort of like agnostic. Like I was never like a full-blown Richard Dawkins guy, but I never took this stuff, totally seriously in a way. So, when it comes to like, I kind of just lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? It was along the lines of it's like my mind just went blank there.
Greta Thunberg was
Greta
talking.
Thunberg and her religiousness, and okay, now I remember where I was. It was about science, right? And so, because I'm undeniably, someone like Greta Thunberg is probably a materialist atheist. Like that's kind of how a lot of people are in this like secular world, like especially if you live in North America or Europe. And you start to realize like how a lot of these, because when you start to look at the pitfalls and the kind of the inconsistencies of that, you start to realize how it has correlations with a lot of Christian ideas. Like, for example, like how atheists are always about like everything has to have objective truth and like hard evidence is important. People don't really think about how Christianity is the people who started with that idea, because like if there's one God, then there has to be objective, hard, proven evidence. The whole idea of things needing to be objectively verifiable starts with religious conviction that there is an objective world created by God. So in a lot of ways, and the other thing too about stories is that you think about them as like a fractal, like a story starts out as a seed, and as evolution goes over time, it starts to turn into like the secular worldview that we live in today, because it's a lot of ways these seeds kind of coalesce and intermingle and interbreed, and they become a whole different species or whatever. But when it comes to education, and there's a lot of other things that education is just one kind of umbrella of the term, because I think there's a whole confluence of factors that like influence. It's education. It's also the media. It's the kids we hang out with school. It's our parents. It's our own individual, proclivities or whatever. And I think that you have to kind of look at the themes that exist in all of these facets of life, not just in education, but you see them in other things. And I think a lot of it also has to do with, creating new normals, and the ideas of what's real and, what's not. A lot of that is sort of taught to us kind of in an unconscious manner. So like, for example, with like the belief, like think about like when you're a kid, right? When you're born, you don't naturally have a sense of shame when you're running around naked. You're just like, yeah, whatever. You only later learn that shame when, parents are and other people around you are like, oh my God, put your clothes on. You can't do that. And you then internalize it. So every time you take your clothes off, you naturally have this like unconscious anxiety. I mean, some people have gotten over it and there's like different variations or whatever, but it's a general thing. But the point is, it's like you take on certain behaves and sort of beliefs about reality at an unconscious level based on sort of rituals and things that you do. So when it comes to school and it's like epistemological framework, you see how it's kind of rooted down from those causes I was mentioning earlier, in terms of, because in a lot of ways when you go to school, like you got to think about what is it that they usually teach in school. I'm thinking about there's math, that's logic. Then you have like history, that's kind of like the metaphysical sort of narrative of the universe. And then you got science, sort of how it all works. And then you've got like literature and reading that kind of gives sort of like the spiritual component. And in a lot of ways, it is sort of like, if you think about it on one level, school is kind of like being taught a sort of secular worldview. And I think the problem with like secular worldviews is it's like a pool of stagnant water. And you know what happens when you have a pool of stagnant water is it becomes a hotbed of mosquitoes, and when things are kind of just like, neutral and whatever, they can get people who are narcissistic can easily get in there and kind of infect that. So I guess I kind of have it's a kind of a complicated answer, but in a lot of ways, like you think about what religions are, is that they are kind of like the template of the fractal of a society. Like if you think of a society as a fractal, it's like the story of that foundation of the myth of society becomes the center template of that fractal, the center of that particular mandala, to use that other analogy.
Yeah, I would definitely say there's a lot to that. You know, I do think there is a strong current of this sort of entrainment that we're all sort of, and I think I think it was, who was talking about it earlier. It's part of our social conditioning program, is it not, to fall into these patterns? And it seems to be, like you said, it comes from a religious base, doesn't it? And then that religious base got turned into science, and that science got turned into this and that and whatever. And now it's just sort of a part of our culture. It's so ingrained into our culture that we now feel that we all feel we need to protect it because it's been given a word, democracy. We're all democracy. So this democracy thing, we now have to fight for it to protect it, right? And you know, like Carly mentioned, you know, the war machine moving on. Trump's got something up his sleeve. It's called the military, right? And he's pulling it out of his sleeves now. He was the one who was not pro-war. Am I right? He was not pro-war to begin with. Apparently, he's not pro-war. Well, yeah, and what we were talking about earlier, the ice crew, you know, as cool as ice. So there's war inland and there's war outland, you know, waging war on every front, as it were. But I do think there's definitely this sense of conditioning that we are struggling with, and it's the most unnatural thing in the whole world. And I think what's happening is the human being immune system is starting to reject it. Here's an idea, and I want to put this out there. Speaking of the narcissist within, right? Let's look at the narcissist within that's outside of us, projecting inward to us from inside of us outwards. And all of this classification of children, this is something that bugs me deep down, right? Like, we've got words like neurodiverse, right? In the old days, they were called children. Yeah. Now they're neurodiverse, or they're ADD, or they're ADHD, or they're whatever it is, because it's not okay for children to be children anymore. In the old days, it was normal for boys to go and have a little bit of a punch up in the old playground, come back with a shiner, and little Joey gets detention for a week because he punched little Peter on the eye, and Joey needs to stand up in front of the whole class and apologize to Peter and apologize. And then Joey's teacher writes a letter to Peter. You know, Joey has to take a letter home to his parents. His parents see the letter and Joey's grounded, or he gets a hiding, or whatever, you know. Back in the old days, it was normal. And Joey learned, like, dang, beating up Peter in the schoolyard wasn't worth it. Like, he's not going to do that again. He's like, it's a month of torture. He's like in detention, and he's grounded at home. No, what was it in those days? Atari or whatever the games were, you know, it wasn't quite Xbox Land yet, was it? But my point is, you know, no films, no going out, no socializing. The world has definitely changed. And I've always felt in my heart that there's a secret agenda behind getting all the children classified on their system. They want to have this one diagnosed as that neurodiversity, and this one diagnosed as that neurodiversity. And it's almost like a way for them to program. In other words, the children are rejecting the programming. This is what's going on. The human natural immune system of humanity is kicking in to the education system. And like, they got away with it for so many generations. But it's just like a cold gets into your body. It gets away with it for a while, but sooner or later, your natural immune system kicks in, and bang goes the cold and the flu, and it gets kicked out of your body, and now you're like back on top of the world. Well, humanity's immune system's trying to kick the education system out of our society, and they're very afraid of this. So this is why I think they need to classify all the children, because in the act of forcing the children and their parents to take a diagnosis, a diagnosis, right? The knowledge of something really dire is something wrong with you. Oh, something is wrong with me. Oh my God, there's something wrong with my child. Oh my God, there's something wrong with me. My parents are worried because there's something wrong with me. That way, the children disempower themselves, and then they think the system must be right because now, oh no, the problem is not the system. The problem is Joey. He's got neurodiversity. The problem is this one. They've got ADHD. The problem is this one. They've got that. Instead of the system is broken, and we're trying to fit perfectly normal and healthy children into a broken system, and it's like the square peg does not want to go through the round peg does not want to go through the square hole. That's what it is. And they're trying to like smash, and now they've got to like sit there and say, well, the problem is that the round peg is round. That's the problem. Oh, but the pegs have always been round. That doesn't matter. The peg's round. That's the problem. They don't want us to look at the square hole. Like, since when did you make the hole square? Oh, well, we thought it'd be a good idea to make square holes. Yeah, but the pegs are round. Yeah, exactly. There's something wrong with the pegs. They have to change. They have to become square to fit into our square holes. So the whole idea is really quite like dangerous, almost like a global form of narcissism. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I thought to address that, like, since we're on this topic.
Yeah, it's kind of like gaslighting us on a large scale. And then it's like spiritual gaslighting, because like in alchemy, you use gas to extract the oil from a plant. They're gaslighting us to extract our Christos or divine spark. I'm gonna head off now, but as you guys have been talking, I've been writing some stuff down as I've been listening. So I just like to share some things I've written before I head off, to tie some threads together that you've been talking about. But I mean, I'll let these guys respond to what you just said first, if they want to. But then after, I'm going to shoot off. Right, I'll just read this out now then. I mean, I would love to show it on the screen. There's probably not much point there, because the thing is with this wordplay, I always wonder if people get it. Like, for example, Ark, like AKH in Egypt meaning I, is like Ark. They sound the same. So sometimes what I'm saying is like these words that mean very different things, it's the same sound. So but yeah, anyway, so what I've written down here is that so narcissists want to control because they have no tale or story of their own. Like the Demiurge is ignorant of its the wisdom of the snake, and in turn the shadow of the snake is deceiving the head of this divine wisdom. So the narcissist wants control, so they have no tale or story of their own, and the tale is of course the past. So it's a buried inner child, which is no imagination. So they use others' creativity and claim it as their own. So the Demiurge is a blind god, and Ak, AKH, means I. So this is the central point to the cart and the bar. And the Egyptians believe that this Ak is like is what did I write down? You needed the Ark to live on in the afterlife, after death. Basically, you need the central I to live on. So this Ark is like an anchor. It's like the pin in the spin. So if you look at an eye, you have a pin and the circle around it, like the sun as well. So this is sort of like an ankh as well. The ankh means life, and it's kind of like an anchor too. So the Egyptians believe you needed the ark to live on after death. So ark is like a story arc as well. So the ark is so difficult not showing these words on the screen. I hope people get it. So this ark is our story, and you need your story, you need your store of energy, you need your identity, you need this divine spark to live on in the afterlife. And the afterlife isn't just after this life, it's this constant unraveling of this life here. Like, forget about death or dying. To die just means to change and transform. We do that all the time by observing reality and realizing what reality is, what we are and stuff. So so there's a story of like having to tell the archons a story as well, or give a store of energy, which kind of relates to Charon and putting gold coins on your eyes. This is our divine spark, which we need to cross the rivers of the afterlife. And Cosmic said earlier that a story starts as a seed. Well, I've said this a few times, but eggs and seeds are very similar, the same shape. An oath means egg, and earth is an egregore. So the seed, the story, this egregore that we're in is a story, which is a universe on its own. And the singularity that we're heading towards, or we could be, is the nothing, is just this complete like no, this is just collective soup of this we energy, which is Ahriman, which is just this hive mind that we have no consciousness of our own, which is just no thoughts, just thinking machines everywhere, which is kind of emerging. And that the only way out of this mess is through a thought form. It's through an egregore. It's through realizing that we all have this seed, we all have this egg, which can hatch and emerge. And like how we all have this story, we're in a story. The earth is a story, it is a seed, it is an egg, and we need to just expand and hatch. And maybe perhaps that's what the firmament is this kind of incubator that we need to break free from by using our thoughts. So yeah, the thought form that gets us out of this mess is by our thoughts taking form and bringing spirit into matter, not escaping matter, but bringing spirit here, because it's this Ahrimanic entity that wants to force its way into matter, use it via our thoughts. But we're in control of that. We're in control of whether it's the good one or the bad one. Whether you look at it as the light or the dark, whatever, they both have the potential to be good or evil. Whether it's the light being good, or the light being the false light, or the dark being the depths, the deep, or the dark being evil. So yeah, just bringing spirit into matter. And Saturn is still conjunct to Neptune, which happens every 36 years, and it took place in February, and it's still conjunct. And the reason I mentioned that is because Saturn is to do with like time and space and boundaries and building, and Neptune is the dreamer, which embodies imagination, intuition, and limitless possibilities. This energy is happening now, and it happens every 36 years. That's the 3 and the 6 equals 9. The 9 is the eye. This bridge of Saturn and Neptune is allowing us to be able to bring thought into matter, like the matter being the structure, the form, and Neptune being the dreaming, the imagination. So right now there's this energy which we can tap into and be channels for. So yeah, I'd just like to finish up on that today. I know my ideas are sometimes very abstract, so I hope it finds people well. And I'll definitely be organizing my notes I've made today, because I've made quite a lot actually. I don't usually write. I'm not a good like fact writer or fiction writer or whatever, but I've been writing loads today as you guys have been talking, and like I've been getting loads of stuff coming to me. So I'll try and organize it a bit for Tuesday or Wednesday, when we'll be digging deeper into the Never-Ending Story, the Fall of Sophia, and possibly a bit more of the Demiurge as well. So yeah, much love to everyone in the chat, and you guys, Indy, Cosmic, Franklin. I'll stick around for another couple of minutes and then I'll shoot off. Yeah.
Big love, dear brother. An honor having you as always. I hope you have a good evening. I hope you and your family sleep well and that Ori's feeling better. I hope he's feeling better already a bit.
He was still sick, and about an hour ago he was still sick. So I hope he's okay in the morning after some rest.
Have you tried him with some activated charcoal?
So I've ordered some. We were giving him a homeopathic remedy. But yeah, I think he just needs rest because there wasn't anything. So activated charcoal, I think you described it as it completely empties your gut, but there was literally nothing coming up. So his stomach was empty. He just needs rest. I think rest is best.
What it does is it sucks the poisons into it, and it sucks the microbes into it. It locks them in. So it cleans out the bacteria and like all of that stuff. But yeah, no, man, I hope he's gonna feel better. I hope he's gonna big love to him. Big bless.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
And I hope you all sleep well tonight. I hope both you, him, and your partner, I hope you all have a good night's rest, because I know what it's like when you got a little one running around in the middle of the night, waking up like, oh, sore tummy, and everybody's like, nobody's sleeping. Yeah, we've all been there.
Yeah.
Big love, dear brother.
Awesome. Take care, guys.
Shanti.
See you soon.
later, man.
Namaste. Yeah, you know, I just noticed something. I was looking at the YouTube, and I was noticing that these two different YouTubes, right? So there's the phone one, and there's the YouTube that's so for all of you that are on YouTube now, just so that you know, I don't know if you're all seeing each other's mentions and each other's commentary. For example, Carly, are you alone in the chat? Big love. Namaste. Because I went to the one and I saw in that one, I saw Carly chatting there. And then I'm seeing Cosmic was chatting in that one with Carly. Now I'm going to go to the other YouTube one, because there's two different YouTube listings. One is for vertical on a phone, and another one is for horizontal if you're watching on a TV or a laptop. And to be honest with you, the reason that I actually do both of them is because it gives me the option to screen to both. And it seems that when I do the vertical one gets shown to more people. But my girlfriend said to me that she prefers the lateral one even on a phone. And she's like, I don't know why they're putting a different version for the phone, because it actually annoys her because the chat is all small. On the actual horizontal one, she says the chat works better on her Samsung phone. I don't know, maybe different handsets are different, but I don't know. They're all pretty similar these days, the software and all. So there are two different versions of the stream, and the one says it's got 3 watching, and the one says it's got 15 watching, right? So I just thought I'd check in with you guys and see. Okay, so Carly mentioned something. Let's see what she said. Got to scroll. Carly, there's loads of people in the other chat. You're missing out in the chat. Just thought I'd let you know. Because if you go to Bush Whisperer, if you just click on my channel there, right? Like, while you'll see my little face there underneath, you just click on my channel where it says like Bush Whisperer and my little pictures there. And then you'll go to my Bush Whisperer channel. If you go to live, you'll see there's 2 different lives. The one has got like a funny little picture next to it for the symbol of a phone, and the one doesn't. But the one has got loads of people chatting in the live, and the other one doesn't. And I should have actually mentioned this a few times to you guys. It's really confusing as hell for people. People come in and they think they're the only person in the chat. They don't realize there's a whole world of chat going on here, but the chat is only in the horizontal mode. So if you come in the vertical mode, you don't think that this is working. And this is actually really interesting because I think it creates a lot of confusion for people. So if you go to the other stream, Carly, you'll be able to see and interact with everybody else's chat, because I noticed that the other people weren't responding to your comments and you weren't responding to theirs. And I thought that was strange. But when I went to check and see now, I saw that actually that's what's going on. And my girlfriend had told me about it last week. She had said to me that this is what's going on. I wonder if I should just do a vertical stream next time. Yeah, well, try it. Try it if you're on a handset. Because it shows me here that you're on a phone, Carly. But my girlfriend says that it works better on her phone for the other one anyway. And I don't know why YouTube does this, but if I don't show it in a vertical mode, they don't seem to show the video to anybody. They don't seem to like bring new people in. So I don't know, YouTube, what to say. Apparently they're going to change their policy and turn it into a single stream. But for some reason, the comments of the one don't show on the comments of the other one, even though it's the same stream. And it's it's a bit frustrating. Maybe I'll actually ask YouTube, like, what on earth is that about? Like, but anyway, I think we've sort of we've reached the 4-hour point. And I thought to ask you guys, what other thoughts are there that you guys want to put on the table, Indy and Cosmic?
Yeah, I just want to mention how earlier we were talking about Sophia maybe giving birth to twins, but I want to mention how she was considered to be the spiritual twin of the Christos or Christ. And I think we might have alluded to that earlier, but I just wanted to reiterate it. And she's also considered to be like the spiritual consort or syzygy of Christ in the pleroma and stuff. But also the word diagnostic, to me, like I kind of break that down to like di being two, and then like a being like non, and then gnostic being like divine, the divine light from within. So like two people that don't have the light within, like put their heads together to diagnose. And when they're diagnosing things, they're like moving away from spirit into matter. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring spirit into matter instead of vice versa. But we need to, if we've like materialized spirituality or spirit, we need to like spiritualize materiality. That's the sign that we're upon right now, to try to bring the spirit back to materialism and integrate it.
You know, I guess I'll have one more final thought about what I was saying. So about kind of relating to my practice. So I've been thinking about the concept of like what is beyond a story, because the thing the Fae have been teaching me, one of the concepts in their system are called these key Zerfaxes. So there's like the 4 key Zerfaxes of mystery. So you have the first one is Biv, Jij, Kle, and Zith. The Zith being the highest one. And the idea is that a story is essentially the first level of the mystery, right? Just like the idea of a story. And I'm thinking about how the Demiurge, in a lot of ways, is trapping people within the framework of a story. Because, like, you know, one of the things I think about, like, the Bible, you know, as a book, is that it's essentially not just a religious text, but it's just like it's a tale of the cosmology of the entire universe, how it was created and how it was destroyed. So essentially, in the same way you were talking earlier, Franklin, about like, you know, the universe and infinity being sort of encapsulated in a grain of sand, in a lot of ways, it's like the entire universe is contained within the Bible. So if you think about it, there's a part in the Bible between, you know, Revelation, which is supposedly, you know, how the way Christians believe that it's something that's supposed to happen, even though scholarly say it happened around the time it's supposed to happen, around the time Jesus died. But, you know, regardless of that, when it comes to that, there's a story, and it's like the intent. So when you act as a Christian, you know, in a life, you are essentially saying, I am a character in the Bible. I am a character in this story. So in a lot of ways, when you believe the Bible, if you're not just saying that, you know, the Bible is an accurate telling of God, of the universe, you're also saying, in some sense, you yourself are a character in the Bible, because if God knows everything and he already knows how the world is going to end and the entire universe is written in a story, technically in somewhere between the lines, you, the individual, are technically in that story. And so what I've been trying to do, and what the Fae have been trying to do, is tell me is getting out of the story, getting outside of the framework of that story. And it makes me think about like the other key Zerfaxes that are beyond the key Zerfax of a story. And I think just thinking about stuff like that and thinking about the universe beyond the framework of a story, and perhaps there's some like, because the idea is that the higher level Zerfax, that key Zerfaxes, are like basically gateways to the outer Zarfaxes, or universes outside of our known time and existence. And I think by looking at the universe in that mysterious way, I think it can help guard you against the kind of the siren song of a lot of these like stories, that a lot of things, because that's what I've been noticing lately in the world, is that it seems like there's just like universes trying to kind of like capture you. It's like there's one person trying to, you know, tell you about how the world is, another person trying to tell you about how the world is. It's like they're all trying to vie for your attention. It's like they're trying to basically kidnap you into their dimension. And I'm trying to kind of like get outside of all of that and look at the universe not through a narrative lens at all, and through this kind of weird primordial Fae kind of lens or whatever. And I was just thinking about the idea of the, you know, trying to think of the universe in a framework other than a story, of something beyond the story, something that we can't comprehend. I think can kind of like get you that kind of that, because I think what I've realized with mystery in my practice is that it gives you a sense of ideological space to step back and question something without any sense of fear or anxiety, because it's like, you know what? Nobody knows what's going on. So it's like, okay, I can question things. But if you feel like, oh my God, you know, if I question this, God's going to punish me or whatever, or, oh my God, I'm an idiot for questioning, like that group mindset I was talking about earlier, you know, can get your way. So, you know, thinking beyond the framework of a story, because that seems to be the Demiurge's main tool. You know, he's a storyteller, and he makes us into characters as a story, in the same way that narcissists will project a story of us to make, and then they try to act in a way to convince us that we are that character that they have already created for us. So that's my final thought on the subject for today.
I agree with you. You know, I think, and Indy, brother, did you have something you wanted to say? I see you leaning in.
No, I was just looking into my notes. That looks pretty good. I think I was gonna mention how I was appreciative of you talking about this stuff from Africa with the Ama and the Nomo and the Mamobo. That stuff's pretty cool. I'm gonna have to check some more of that out.
Mbombo.
Yeah.
Mbombo. Hey, mbombo. Mbombo. When I said I want to dance and I want to sing, it's such a cool word. It's like one of my favorite words that I've learned now. It's my new favorite word. I need to teach my son that word, mbombo. You know? Like, if there was ever a cool word for God, that's the one. I'm sorry. God is boring. Mbombo. It's like you can feel the resonance of that, can't you? When you say it. Like,
absolutely.
Yeah, man. Fell in love with a new word. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. No, boom,
If Boom Boom is God, then the devil is the old man down the stairs telling them to turn down the music.
I think it's mbombo. Mbombo. So it's MBOMBO. Interesting. Mbombo.
Close enough.
MBOMBO. I think that's how it's spelled. I must go double check that. But yeah, like someone wants the music turned down. you know. And that's quite interesting. Like they really worked hard to get music out of the temples, didn't they? Like the Christians, like very often it seemed like there was this movement towards taking music out of the temples, because like in every traditional tribe that I've been with, near connected to, like spiritual worship and music are so connected, right? Like in India, if it's Navratri, like if I'm celebrating Navratri in India, like, right, so like up in the Himalayas, hypothetically, then you won't get me out of the temple, because I'm there with a dholaki, with a drum, and I'll play the drum all day and all night, basically. And people just bring big chunks of hash. And I'm just like chilling. I'm like, okay, chill him after chill him. Just play the drum, 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 until you go into such a profound trance, because you're just drumming for 9 days. Can you imagine? 9 days of drumming. By the time you ended those 9 days, your head is just like buzzing with energy, because it's a continual bombardment of your senses with rhythm and music. And like when you go to walk into the bushes or the mountain to go and find a spot to go and like relieve yourself, you're still dancing, dude. Like there's a golden sprinkle going like this, going everywhere, because you can't stop moving. Like you're like a clubber, somebody who walked out of a nightclub or something, because the music's so much in you. But I think like this is like a really important part of like worship, is that real connection with our sort of natural animalistic part of
It's
ourselves.
a double-edged sword, you know.
You
I
think
think with
so?
music, I think music can also kind of have even be deceptive in a lot of ways, because you know, it's a lot of ways it's like it's easy to you know shoo away like a bad idea or a bad thought or a bad philosophical concept, but like a melody, that's harder. Your heart has a harder time resisting that sometimes. And I feel like sometimes it's like you know, in terms of like, you know, guilt, and like someone like, you know, singing you a song, and like, you know, the power of like music and stuff like that can also be like a really like a manipulative tool. Like, you know, I think it's weird for me, like, because I perceive music as colored, like that kind of like warps how I perceive music emotionally. Like, so there are certain, you know, songs that, you know, they're supposed to be happy songs, but because the musical key is in an ugly color, the music makes me feel depressed. And I always kind of wondered why I felt this way as a kid. Like there's certain like musical keys, maybe because they have a lot of black notes in them, like even if they're like a major key, they would invoke a sadness in me, or they would or an unpleasant emotion, or just feel like icky or like bleh. And I think in a lot of ways, it kind of makes you see outside of like, you know, like what other music would like hypnotize people. I would like be like immune to it for some reason, because I would just kind of like see like weird, you know, colors or whatever, because like certain musical keys, like if a song is a certain musical key, I just can't enjoy it. I don't know what it is. It's weird like that. That's kind of why I like weird, like chromatic music that's not in any particular key. It's like it makes my, I don't know, my brain feels better with that, you know. And so I think, you know, we have to also think about like music and different vibrations, and like learning to, you know, vibe to different stuff, because I think, you know, music can also be very manipulative, because it gets to your emotional part. Like it's like emotionally manipulative when you get something that really makes you feel something. Like when I look at like any kind of propaganda, like I don't look at like, you know, any of the images or any of like the movies. I look at the sentimental music behind that. Like to me, it's that feeling that music that creates, that's the thing that pulls people into the line of thought. So in a lot of ways, in the same way that music can elevate people and can lift their spirits, it can also be very deceptive at times. And sometimes it can pull your heartstrings and lure you away, like, you know, like the Pied Piper, or, you know, yeah, like, or the sirens of the sea, you know, luring you to your death. So, I think it's also good to kind of like, listen to vibe to different types of sounds. Don't just listen to, regular music, or if you listen to weird music, listen to normal music and give some of that stuff a try sometimes. Like, go outside of your elements, because I think that if you can kind of be pigeonholed into one frequency, I think it's easier to be controlled, like a lot of ways someone can just kind of like play a certain frequency and a certain combination of notes, and you're basically you're their will to command. Like, I play this certain melody, I make you feel good, and then I can tell you what I want you to believe. And then, you got to think about, like, and kind of ask yourself, like, wait a minute, are my emotions actually, accurately gauging reality? So I think that's one of the reasons why I like weird, dissonant, atonal music, because it's like, there's something emotionally neutralizing about it when you listen to music that's not meant to be happy or sad or angry. Because I always hate, like, when I'm like at a store or I'm at a restaurant and I'm in a good mood and I'm having a good day, and there's like some really depressing song that'll just kill the vibe, and it's just like, oh man, now I feel like shit now. It's like, because it's just that you feel some sappy song about some, like, sappy, like, sanctimonious or whatever person getting inside your head. And it's just, sometimes it's good to get away from that, like, that emotional chaos, that torrent of just like going back and forth between extremely euphoric and extremely depressed, and that bipolar back and forth, and just getting to that nice neutral, like, alien weirdness. There's something comforting about that neutralness, where it's like you can kind of like gauge yourself without that emotional kind of like context or whatever, and you can just look outside of it. And and when you look at it from that way, it's like you can kind of look back at some of these like music and see it from different angles you never experienced before, like some kind of like sixth sense or whatever.
Yeah, man. I get what you're talking about when we're talking about corporate music, right? Bought and paid for corporation music. It's definitely psyops heavy. But what I'm talking about is making music, cosmic. Like, this is what I'm specifically talking about in terms of like tribal, spiritual gatherings, right? Everybody, this one's grabbing two sticks, hitting them together. That one's dancing. This one's singing some mantra. This one's playing this drum. Everybody just fits in and does whatever they want to do. And it's just, there's no like order or structure or anything to it. It's completely improv. But the thing is that like everybody's trying to be a part of the music. And it's somehow, when you have a group of people playing music together, like I'll give you an example, Cosmic. Djembe, I played a lot of drum in a lot of places around the world in my life. And I will stop, take out a djembe and start playing in a random place. And it's like I'm literally calling the tribes. And the people will stop and they'll like be listening and watching and dancing. And next thing, someone else will rock up and they've got a djembe and they're like, oh, I want to play with this guy. And they'll come and play with me. Now we're just playing. And then somebody walking past will have a didge and they'll come and join us. And before you know it, there's a whole lot of us. It's becoming a circle. And then we're playing, and now there's like, we're attracting people, and the people are, before you know it, there's a party happening. It's like a impromptu party on the street, some random place on the side of the beach, wherever it is, where there's lots of people. And this has happened. Like this has happened. I've had parties on the top of a bus where the bus driver stops the bus because I pulled out a djembe and I started playing, and somebody else on the bus had a drum and they started playing, and we were playing, and everybody started dancing, and this bus was going through central London, right? And people were getting onto the bus because they thought it was a party bus. They were coming upstairs, and it was like a nightclub up there. And everybody was going wild and dancing. And the bus driver was like, listen, the music's really great. He was an African guy, a nice guy. He says, but I can't concentrate anymore. I can't drive. I'm going into a trance. So we had to take the party off the bus, take the party off the bus into the side of the road. We carried on the party, and just all these random people started appearing. But my point is, like, that's what I'm talking about, like organic, real music, cosmic, which we don't really get anymore because of, like you say, bought and paid for, and the music's contrived. It's like this, and it's like that, and it's like this, and it's, you know, yeah, exactly, you know, Tom, you'll be surprised. Like, I used to sit on the top of Pahar Ganj whenever I go to Pahar Ganj, and I would drum at a particular time in the day, and the whole of Pahar Ganj would start dancing. All the Westerners would come. Pahar Ganj is the place in New Delhi where all the Westerners go, and the whole street would be full of, and there would be Indian people, local people dancing, and Westerners dancing, and the whole street would become like a party down there. And I used to drum with my ex-wife, and we used to drum, and like when I drum for 45 minutes, an hour. So we'd drum, we'd go into a deep meditation, and then I'd hear like all the shouting and woo, ah, and I'd look down and I'd see like the whole crowd dancing. Like we used to do this all the time. And man, there's something special about making music. But when you all do it together and there's a group of people, and this one picks up sticks and that one picks up this, and this one's got a flute, that one's got a saxophone, and this one's got a didgeridoo, and everybody just starts doing their own thing, there's some kind of an energy that happens where we're all psychically and spiritually connected as one big thing. And a lot of people suddenly start having spiritual experiences that they're not used to having. And then they'll come and say, like, I can't even play drum. I don't know what happened. I just picked up a drum. And it's like the spirit of the energy of the group comes into everybody, and it lifts everybody up to a point where you're experiencing a kind of a euphoric state of mind. So there's something special about music. But that organic music was taken away, like you say, and it was orchestrated by John's the one who controls the music, right? John's the music control, and everybody else must just sit down, shut up, and listen. And I get what you're saying about that cosmic, you know, that can open up like a can of
I mean, I mean, this also extends to, like, you know, religious music too. But I think specifically it is particularly pertinent with pop music. Like that, I think that's why I never liked pop music growing up. It always feels like it's like you just want to have like a good time, but then you hear someone in the radio just complaining about how they broke up with their girlfriend, and like, it's like, dude, you're a bummer. I just want to enjoy, like, you know, hanging out with my friends at the pool. I don't want to hear about your tragic, you know, tale. It's like music always felt like that to me. So to me, like, I don't know. That's why I love weird music. Do you ever listen to any Captain Beefheart, Franklin? Like,
I do remember Captain Beefheart. It's been a while. That's like from the 90s. Is it the 90s?
He's like from the 60s. He was childhood friends with Frank Zappa. That's how people knew about him.
That's why I know. It's like I was listening to that stuff in the 90s.
About because I think he was talking about his the album that I'm the most interested in. I always love Trout Mask Replica, which is literally just the most batshit insane cacophony, but it's like I love it because it's just like there's something just so about his personality that's just so like alive. Like he's too ridiculous to be fake. That's what it is. It's too over the top. It's so like overly like abrasive, and he's just like yelling and with like discord. But one of the things I took from one of his interviews, his name is Van Vleer, I think, and Captain Beefheart was basically talking about how he went out to make anti-hypnotic music because he was thinking about how a lot of dance music, you know, is in accordance to like the factory assembly line of just going do, 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 do. And he thought that by, you know, doing all these weird polyrhythms and, you know, making music that's anti-hypnotic, he thinks he's kind of breaking people from the trance, sort of using chaos to break yourself out of the trance and kind of wake yourself up. Because if you think about like waking up, like people talk about like Gnosticism and waking up, you know, you're not woken up by pleasant, you know, flute songs and like nice hypnotic. When something wakes you up, it's usually something loud and abrasive and unpleasant, or, you know, there's like an animal outside, there's like heavy machinery going on. And that's usually what wakes you up from your slumber. So I think in a lot of ways, there is something about like art that's really like chaotic and weird that kind of wakes you up out of the trance that a lot of people seem to be kind of like, you know, slept in, you know. I think that's why I always thought like Invasion of the Body Snatchers was such a terrifying movie as a kid. Like the idea of like falling asleep and like having like those things take over you, like that for some reason that terrified me to my core, which I was always surprised when people always thought like, oh, that movie isn't scary at all. Like, why don't people think that's a scary concept? Like, a thing killing you when you're asleep and like taking a copy of your form, and people saying like, oh, it's just communist Red Scare propaganda. I'm like, see, like, I feel like there's something weird about that there are people who don't find that concept frightening. Like, there's something kind of authoritarian about that.
Well, I think that's a beautiful place to leave it. The authoritarian music devices. I noticed we've been going for 4.5 hours. So it's been an absolute honor. I hope you people in the chat got what you came for. Hope you enjoyed the conversation. Thank you for a lovely conversation, and to Toby and to Cosmic and to Indy, and for everybody in the chat sharing your beautiful ideas and your inspiring thoughts. Sending you all so much love, blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Don't forget to smile. Oh, look at Indy there. He's got the cute machine. Indy Sage has got the chick magnet. He brought out the chick magnet. Watch out, ladies. Indy's ready for you. You take that guy on the beach, dude, and you come home with like a trail of like women following you home because they all want to get your little doggy. Anyway.
Cutie.
Sending you big love. Sending you all. Yeah, Carly. We definitely need to send out prayers for the people in Palestine. Just looking at what they've done to that place from the sky hurts my heart. Talk about narcissism. Wow. What's been done to the Palestinian people is really, it's as sad as it gets. Sending you all big love and big blessings. Have an absolutely great evening. Thank you for joining us. And we'll probably see you on Tuesday or Wednesday. Maybe Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe a little bit later in the day. Maybe like UK time, maybe like 3 p.m. UK time, maybe. We'll see. That might be 8 a.m. I don't know. Indy, if you're going to be around, I will touch base with you. This is what I did the other day, and I think it was a good time. So for those of you, I will make a post here to let you know what the plan is. If it's going to be Tuesday or Wednesday, it's probably going to be Wednesday. It's probably going to be Wednesday at 3 p.m. UK time. But we shall see. We shall get closer to the time. Sending you all much love and much blessings, peace, honor, and respect.
Blessed be.
Peace out, everybody.
Om Shanti.